Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. You're watching AMS Live with me, boy. It is Sunday morning and we are standing next to the Polderbaan, one of the two runways together with the Schiphol Oostbaan used for arrivals right now. And we have windy conditions. First airplane of the day, British Airways. You can already see it was having difficulty. Touching down stably. Now, timing is perfect. Hey, goeiedag. Leuk man. The next airplane, ladies and gentlemen, is also going to be the first queen of the day. It should be visible, but there we go, just about visible. Air China Cargo, Boeing 747-400, arrival from Chengdu, China. This Boeing 747 has been airborne now for 9 hours and 56 minutes. The airplane's age is 28 years and its first flight was in February of the year 1995, ladies and gentlemen. In the meantime, a very good morning to all viewers who have joined us so early in the morning already. Marius, Sander, Paul, Wendy, me, myself, goedemorgen, good morning, Jeroen, Sasha, Adeboske Seal Jr., good evening mate. Jelina, goedemorgen. Dave A010, goedemorgen, good morning. Vliegtuigspotter Hoofddorp. Remco, goedemorgen. Ralf, goedemorgen. Belinda, goedemorgen. Good morning to each and every one of you. Now I have already enabled image stabilizer and hopefully I'm able to provide you some stable footage today. It is blowing quite hard at the moment and there are some gusts. I think we're gonna keep it dry. I haven't set up in rain configuration, although most of my equipment is covered for rain. My camera isn't. I do have two umbrellas with me, storm umbrellas. If there is going to be some precipitation, it's only going to be a few droplets and it's only going to be short-lived by the looks of it on the weather radar. So I'm taking a bit of a gamble. And at least this way I'm able to operate the camera better than when my camera has its rain jacket on. I think it's only going to be windy, but it is going to be dry for the upcoming hours. Very good morning, Guy. And Tina, good morning. Daniel, good morning, goedemorgen. Now folks, this is the big picture. This is looking to the south. Most of you will know the orientation over here by now. This way it looks pretty good. This is where the wind is coming from the southwest. This is where the weather is coming from. We did have a few droplets as I was setting up, but now it looks like it's going to stay dry for the time being. This is looking to the east. Beautiful Dutch skies with a low sun and clouds abound. Looking to the north, this is what it looks like. At least it has opened up a little bit, making the next aircraft better visible. And this is a 777-200 from KLM, flight 734, arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. Flight time 8 hours, 28 minutes. Airplane age 19 years. This airplane had its first flight in September of the year 2003. And good morning, Francis. Now, not all inbound traffic, unfortunately, is coming to this runway, the Polderbaan. The Schiphol Oostbaan is also open. I'm also seeing on flight radar, just in the corner of my little nugget that I'm seeing, that there is a second 747 expected in a few minutes, arriving from Nairobi. So that is a very nice start of the day, I would say. Let's see. Oh, huh? I think I looked at the wrong airplane just now. The caffeine still has to kick in, because this is the 777-200 arriving from Curaçao. And we had a 777 arriving from Johannesburg prior. Still early. I was already beginning to wonder, this Embraer looks quite big. Oh boy. Triple 7-200, this one is in fact arriving from Curaçao. Hey there Dale, hey there Jons, goedemorgen, good morning. Goosey, good morning. Right, so the next airplane visible in the distance already. Although I still have to search for it a little bit. There we go. Now let me have a look. The Queen number 2 is going to be number 3. First up is an Embraer 190 from LOT. After that, a Ryanair 737 arriving from Dublin. And number 3 is going to be a 747 arriving from Nairobi. And this phenomenon, ladies and gentlemen, is called crabbing. But most of you will probably know that. Hey Bert, good morning. Guten Morgen. Jan Kees, goedemorgen. Definitely windy today. Yeah, so if you look in the ticker, you can see that the latest METAR says that current wind is 24 knots, coming from the direction 210 degrees, so that is south-southwest. Visibility 10 kilometers or more, few clouds at 2,400 feet, broken clouds at 2,800 feet, the temperature 18 degrees Celsius, dew point 12 degrees Celsius, air pressure 1,009 hectopascals. So yeah, it is windy. But then again, the sun is also out right now. Right now, 737 in the foreground, Ryanair arriving from Dublin in the background, Queen number 2. Right, Queen number 2, ladies and gentlemen. This is Cargolux in the retro livery, so double whammy. Number 4 worldwide most tracked at the moment, flight 2616, Boeing 747-400, arriving from Nairobi. Current flight time 8 hours 3 minutes. This 747-400 ER, 17 years old, first flight July 2006. And good morning, Sordo WRC TV, checking in from probably extremely warm Andalusia. And hey there, Josegi, good morning, my friend. Good to see you again. Hope you're well. Hope everybody is doing well. She's coming right at me. I have to duck. Beautiful. Also a beautiful livery. I like those black dots on the nose. They should bring that back. Should bring that back. $68.2, good morning. Excellent timing. In fact, this was the second Queen already. We were extremely fortunate to have 2 Queens relatively quickly be after each other in the beginning of the stream already. Now, next up is another heavy. Geodis A333, operated by Titan Airways, flight 188, arriving from London Stansted, where this airplane departed 36 minutes ago. This A333 is 17 years old and its first flight was in December of the year 2005. Indeed, Francis, what a roar, eh? They can be a bit underwhelming if they don't apply the reverse thrust, but if they do, then boy, second to none. Although the A330 does come close when they apply full reverse thrust. They also roar extremely satisfyingly. Thanks for your kind words, Belinda. I'm doing my best. Trying to keep everything as still as possible. I have also image stabilizer enabled, otherwise, despite everything being securely fastened to the ground, it would still vibrate extremely much. It still does occasionally. So far all the landings have been seemingly effortless. There was talk in the chat earlier just now about maybe seeing go-arounds. Who knows? Could be, you never know. Yeah, wheelies. I wonder if we're going to see any substantial wheelies here today. Right, let's see. That is the next airplane, EasyJet A319, arriving from London Luton as well. Flight 22515, flight time at the moment 38 minutes, 14-year-old airplane, first flight July 2008. And good morning Marco Polo, Frank and Michael. Hope everybody is doing well. Now there should be an A320neo following this A319, but I'm not seeing it just yet. Visibility unfortunately a bit too poor for that, or maybe you guys do see it but I just don't on my little screen over here. Now it looks like this one is going for the first exit, so butt shot coming in, ladies and gentlemen. Going to see this airplane from its behind. Right, let's quickly go back. Hey Gosse, goedemorgen kerel. Long time no speak. Right, so this is an A320neo from Sky Express, flight 8250, arriving from Heraklion in Greece, where it left 3 hours and 32 minutes ago. Relatively new airplane, 2 years old, first flight was in November 2020. Hey there James Carey, good morning. Excellent conditions to watch arrivals. And a Dreamliner from TUI should be following this airplane. And oh yeah, there it is, just left of center. Just about becoming visible. And real greens, we did catch the retro Cargolux. In fact, we've seen that one and the prior one as well. So it was caught on tape, you can look it back. Don't know exactly what time it landed, but I did film it. And Renee, good morning. Tomo, good morning. All other folks who have joined in the meantime, good morning to you too, or afternoon, depending on where you're living and what time of day it is. You're watching AMS Live with me, Boy. Currently windy conditions and crabbing at the Polderbaan, runway 18 right. Currently one of the two runways used for arrivals, together with the short Schiphol Oostbaan, runway 22. We have quite strong wind with gusts blowing from the south-southwest currently. These airplanes are landing in southern direction, so that means that they are faced with mostly headwind and a little bit of crosswind, well, relatively little crosswind from the right. But given the wind speeds, that little crosswind component can still be significant. Here's the next airplane to arrive, and it is a TUI Dreamliner Boeing 7878 flight 511, currently number 6 worldwide most tracked, arriving from Cancun in Mexico. Flight time of this airplane right now 9 hours 9 minutes. This airplane also 9 years old. First flight of this airplane was in May 2014. See a yellow vehicle appear in the bottom right corner in a moment. That would be a bird control vehicle. A lot of birds flock near and at Schiphol. The bird controllers patrol the perimeter 24/7 to make sure that bird strikes happen as seldom as possible. They have quite the arsenal at their disposal to chase away birds. Flare guns, also a soundboard with sounds of birds of prey, natural enemies. To help chase away the birds. Paulo says hello from Portugal. Erwin, goedemorgen. Now, let's quickly turn around. And the next airplane is already visible. It is Turkish, flight 1951, infamous flight number. Airbus A330-300 arriving from Istanbul, Turkey. Flight time of this airplane 3 hours and 9 minutes right now. It is 8 years old. First flight of this airplane was in June 2015. Next is going to be an Embraer 175 from KLM arriving from Prague. We're also going to see more heavies. There's a United 777-200 arriving from Newark, and also an A330-200 from, I think that is Kuwait City, KWI, yeah, Kuwait City. Now, unfortunately, I'm not yet seeing the Embraer 175. It should be arriving from the right, somewhere in the distance, but I think visibility is impeding us being able to see it. We'll see it soon enough. That I'm sure of. Hey yo, hey yip! Checking in from Amsterdam West. Excellent. Amsterdam represent. Now, where is that next airplane? There we go. Embraer 175 from KLM arriving from Prague. Left of it, the next airplane after it, which is the aforementioned A330 arriving from Kuwait City. So in the foreground, to the right bottom side, is KLM flight 1352, Embraer 175 arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic. Flight time at the moment 1 hour and 9 minutes. The airplane's age 7 years. Its first flight was in March 2016. Now in the background is KLM flight 460, so that's in the top left. A330-200 arriving from Kuwait City, 5 hours 53 minutes of flight time right now. And that airplane is 17 years old. First flight was in October 2005. Now let us go back to the north with the camera. More heavies are arriving. The second heavy is further to the left. 777-200. And good morning to Mol with a very generous super chat saying, good morning, I wish I could speak English as good as you. Thank you so much for your kind words and your very generous donation there, Mol. I appreciate it a lot. And we can always talk about tutoring. I'm always open for that. Now in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to see the firemen as well. They are doing their morning round, no different than on other days. So there's the first and there's the second and third vehicles. They will be doing a round around the perimeter of the runway, going to the northern threshold and then coming this way in the foreground, where we also saw the yellow bird control vehicle drive earlier. Now there are already a lot of people over here watching, including young children. School holidays, summer holidays have begun in the Netherlands for at least 2/3 of the country. So expect horns to be sound. Don't be surprised if you're starting to hear noises like that. Now that A330 struggled quite a bit with the wind just before landing. The landing itself seemed to be going relatively well, but it definitely was having some difficulties with staying aligned. Staying aligned. They should make a song of that, about that. And in the meantime, Jons, thank you so much for your super sticker per character holding his belly laughing out loud. Well, thank you so much for that. I'm laughing as well. It is beautiful weather, lovely. The birds are also out, by the way. I think there are 2 coots. Let me have a look. Those look like coots. So this is the 777-200 from United arriving from Newark, flight 70. It is a 777-200 ER, 23 years old, first flight of this airplane, November 1999. And now me myself, it's not too windy for the dog family, but I do think it might be too early. We have established through experience in the meantime that the ducks over here are no early birds but rather night owls. Typically not to be seen before 11 AM. And we get a wheelie, albeit a small wheelie. The pilot knows who's watching. More airplanes coming up. The next airplane, a Boeing 737-800. And the next airplane in the top left quadrant. In the bottom left, bottom right, we see Sun Express flight 1728. A Boeing 737-800 arriving from Adana. Flight time 4 hours and 6 minutes at this moment. The airplane's age 5 years. Its first flight was in March 2018. Following it is a Dreamliner from KLM arriving from Austin, Texas. Solid. Yo, Evan, what is up, my man? Long time no speak, good to see you again. Check it out, here are the firemen. The little gentleman over here enjoying it. Now, in the distance is the main spottersplaats, so a lot of people gathered there as well on days like this. North of me as well. Right, so This is a Dreamliner from KLM. Flight 668, Boeing 7879 Dreamliner arriving from Austin, Texas. Now touching down, or almost. There we go. Flight time was 8 hours and 34 minutes, and this airplane, 6 years old, first flight August 2016. But that sounds good, Evan. Grilling a bit of chicken. What's the weather over there in Santa Monica right now? Are you guys having excruciating heat as well as over here in the south of Europe? Or is California, SoCal relatively doable right now? Hey, goedemorgen Ewald. Nelly, goedemorgen, good morning. And all other viewers who have joined in the meantime as well, good morning. You're watching AMS Live with me, Boy. This is Polderbaan, runway 18 right, windy conditions. Next up is El Al flight 337, arriving from Tel Aviv. Boeing 737-900. Flight time 4 hours 31 minutes, and this airplane is 7 years old. Hey there, Mert, good morning. 67F right now. Oh, that's doable, that's decent, but it is in the middle of the night right now, isn't it? Or, yeah, it's 1 AM over there. Or is that the day's high? Now let's see. The next airplane is over there. Are we seeing any other traffic? Not yet. No immediate traffic following it by the looks of it. So this would be Croatia Airlines flight 450, Airbus A319 arriving from Zagreb. Flight time 1 hour and 37 minutes. And the airplane is 23 years old. Its first flight was in June of the year 2000. Hey Jens, goedemorgen, good morning. Now, let's see. I think the next airplane would probably be a Dreamliner from United arriving from San Francisco. Now approaching mainland Netherlands in the north. Could be a few minutes before it is becoming visible. Which should give me time to update the ticker with the latest weather, see what the wind is doing. Now it was said that the gusty winds are only in the morning. Probably still somewhat windy day, but the most gusty part was expected to be in the morning. Now if you're with the layout of Schiphol Airport. This runway is the Polderbaan, latest addition to the network of runways. And it was built in 2003, 20 years ago. And to the left is a dedicated ATC control tower for this runway particularly, because it is so distant from the rest of the airport. And adjacent to it, just before it, is the fire station, which is also where the firefighters are going to return to eventually. These airplanes that have landed over here still have a significant taxi back to the gate. The main platform area, including the terminal building and the gates, still 10-15 minutes of taxiing away. That is namely over there in the background behind the trees. Also visible is the original ATC control tower for the rest of the airport. All the other runways are more in the vicinity and are overseeable from that location. But if I zoom out, you guys can see how far removed it is from this location. Now, if visibility is good, you might be able to see something going on over here with binoculars from over there. But if it is getting a bit hazy, you guys can imagine it would be hard to see anything. Hence the dedicated ATC control tower. Tower West also has a different frequency, radio frequency, if you want to listen to it, for instance via ATCnet, liveatc.net. Hey there Paul, good morning. Good to see you again, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Now the next airplane is a Dreamliner from United, arriving from San Francisco, still flying this way. It is already on final, but still far out to the north, a few minutes out. Let me in the meantime have a look on flight radar and look at the latest weather, see what the wind is doing. Okay. Let me take you through the weather. There we go. Just updated it in the ticker. It is now passing from right to left. So this weather report is of today, the 16th, 7:55 Zulu time. So that is Greenwich Mean Time, and that is Central European Time minus 2 hours. It is now 12 past 10, 13 past 10. So this is 15 minutes, just over 15 minutes old. And it says 22021, which means that the wind is blowing with 21 knots from 220 degrees. So that is south-southwest approximately, with gusts up to 32 knots. The wind direction is variable between 180 degrees and 250 degrees. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Then the clouds, broken clouds at 2,600 feet. Current air temperature 19 degrees Celsius. Dew point is 12 degrees Celsius. And the QNH, meaning the pressure, is 1009 hectopascal. And no sig means no significant changes in the weather in the upcoming 2 hours. So, yeah. There is crosswind, there's gusts, and soon we'll see the next airplane. I'm looking out to the north, but I'm not seeing anything visually just yet. In the meantime, beautiful sky with the sun creeping through the clouds here and there. There are some patches of blue sky. Now if you look in the water, you can see the ripples, quite significant. Flowers in the field are also shaking violently. This would be approximately the direction the wind is coming from. Looks like it's going to stay dry for the time being. In the water itself, at the moment, not a lot of birds. In fact, I'm not seeing any. At least not nearby. I am, however, seeing the next airplane. With the sun being out, the reflections on the screen of my camera make it a little bit harder to see. Sometimes I'm looking back and I was wondering, what am I fumbling? But when you're out here looking on a 3-inch camera screen, it sometimes can be hard to look at, to find those airplanes, particularly with backgrounds like these that provide less contrast. Next up, United Airlines Flight 968, Boeing 7879 Dreamliner arriving from San Francisco. Flight time of this airplane at the moment 9 hours 41 minutes. This airplane 7 years old. First flight of this airplane was in September 2015. After this bigger bird, we'll see a smaller bird, an A319 from EasyJet arriving from London Gatwick. Which is also visible in the top left. In the meantime, guten Morgen Karsten, Harmpie, goedemorgen, Veldi, guten Morgen, Liefat, goedemorgen, Jean-Yves, salut, good morning my friend, Mark Brown, good morning. Still windy Cambridge. Well, it definitely is windy over here as well right now. Next airplane to arrive is an A319 from EasyJet arriving from London Gatwick, flight 28674. It left London 43 minutes ago and the airplane is 13 years old. First flight was in October 2009. And good morning Michael and good morning Jose. Nice to see so many people tune in this morning. Hope everybody is doing well and hope everybody is having a good time. Watching a few Crosswindy arrivals over here at Schiphol. Now following this Airbus will be its smaller sibling, an A318 from Tarom, arriving from Bucharest. Good morning Christopher, checking in from Essex. So, as the UK recovers from all the rain and nasty weather you guys have been having over the last couple of days, or is it still rather abysmal? And a nice butt shot of this EasyJet. We're standing in line with the first exit of this runway, so if they take it, we can see the direct behind of this airplane. The next two airplanes already visible in the foreground. Tarom, flight 361, the daily flight from Bucharest. A318. Flight time 2 hours 32 minutes. The airplane is 16 years old. First flight November 2006. Behind it is a KLM 737-800 arriving from Edinburgh. Well, that has slowed down significantly already. I'm sensing an exit from the first exit. Hey, goedemorgen. Jij? Ah, leuk man.
Heerlijk.
Ja, prachtig weer. Dit is the place to be. Let's quickly turn around and see the 737 from KLM. It is struggling a little bit. And after that, we'll have to turn around the camera quickly because there's a 777 following it. Good morning, Stradi, who will be flying in here on the 31st of August. Excellent, en route to the Minneapolis St. Paul. Well, if I'm out streaming and you're arriving or departing, do let me know. Make sure you have a window seat and shine the torch of your mobile phone and we might be able to see you. Hey Anja, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. This is KLM flight 598, arriving from Cape Town. It is a Boeing 777-300ER, 15 years old, first flight March 2008. Flight time of this airplane 10 hours and 46 minutes. Good morning, Peter. Now, I am going to take a chance and disable. Oh no, that is already quite shaky. Not really happy with the overshooting and undershooting that the image stabilizer entails, but without image stabilizer it is too shaky. Can already tell in a few seconds. This would be Lufthansa flight 2302, Airbus A319, arriving from Munich, the south of Germany. Flight time of this airplane right now, 1 hour and 6 minutes. The airplane is 12 years old. First flight of this airplane was September 2010. Good morning, Lance. Good to see you again, my friend. Christian, guten Morgen. I'm doing fine, thank you for asking. Hope you're doing well as well. Now, talking about making an effort. These people are cycling against the wind. So, round of applause for them. Really brave to be cycling against the wind. Now, this Airbus also seems to be having a little bit of trouble on the last meters. Hey Rick, goedemorgen. The master of disaster. Maestro. Goedemorgen mijn vriend. Two airplanes visible. The first airplane is a Boeing 737-800 from KLM arriving from Geneva. In the background is an Airbus A320 from British Airways arriving from London Heathrow. In the meantime, I saw that Gucci was so generous to donate 5 AMS Live memberships. Thank you so much for that, Gucci. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And welcome to all members, new members of the Aurora Sky Lounge. Liewe, goedemorgen kerel. Your timing is excellent. Hope everybody is doing well. Lovely Dutch vista over here. Now let's quickly turn back to the action. If you just tuned in, you're watching AMS Live with me, Boy, and these are arrivals on the Polderbaan runway 18 right, currently one of the 2 runways in use for landings. The prevailing wind is blowing from the south-southwest, hard and gusty. These airplanes are landing from the north to the south, and as you can see there is crosswind. Tippy towing, but solid. And good morning to Nadacha Ranks, checking in from a chilly Nairobi. Welcome to the show, hope you're doing well. If you're new to the channel and you're liking what you're seeing, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. If you have any questions, feel free to ask Friendly folk over here in the chat, also very knowledgeable. The next two airplanes here visible in one shot. In the foreground, a Boeing 737-800 from Transavia, flight 5474, arriving from Mahon. A 9-year-old airplane. And flight time is 1 hour and 53 minutes. Chauffeur GoPro from Crocoli, from Karlsruhe. Good day to you. Welcome. Here's the next airplane. Let's have a look. This is KLM flight 749, Boeing 7879 Dreamliner, arrival from Cartagena. 9 hours and 17 minutes of flight time. The airplane is 5 years old, first flight August 2017. In the meantime, good morning to Frank, checking in from Oberhausen. Guten Morgen, liebe deutsch sprechende Freunde. Schön, dass ihr auch dabei seid. Is starting to come out for a moment. Beautiful contrast. Now another heavy crabbing its way over here. This would be Emirates Sky Cargo flight 9906, arriving from Dubai. 6 hours and 31 minutes of flight time right now. 777 freighter. The airplane is 10 years old. First flight was in September 2012. Squeakiness in the brakes there. Firefighters. So far we haven't seen any go-arounds. We have seen pilots struggle a little bit with landing, but nothing that necessitated a go-around. And indeed, Arnold, spectaculaire landingen, spectacular landings. Very favorable wind conditions for nice crabbing. We're now looking at Sky Express flight 7100. It is an A320neo arriving from Zakynthos, where it left 2 hours 55 minutes ago, and this airplane is 3 years old. Its first flight was in April of the year 2020. I'll do my best, Anya, not to get blown away. If I am going to get blown away, it is going to be into the water probably, getting free swimming lessons. More people, and this is an open field, mind you, so people here are exposed to the wind without any hindrance, as you guys can see. So these folk are very brave to go out on their bikes in an open field with headwind like this. Mighty brave. Looks like it's almost standing still already. That is the upshot of having so much headwind. You don't need a lot of space to brake and slow down. Shot coming in. I'm seeing that my favorite dickhead Alvin is also checking in again with a nice super sticker, no less. Shiba Dog saying, "Hey you, greeting joyfully." While I'm saying, "Oi dickhead, welcome back, good to see you my friend, and I hope you're doing well." Also, Chauffeur GoPro with another super sticker, an orange suitcase with travel stickers. Thank you so much for that, Chauffeur GoPro. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let me quickly go back to the camera. Hey Daniel, goedemorgen. Good morning. What are those folk trying to do? Setting up? Huh, okay, let's see how that works out. If you guys start seeing an umbrella blowing through the footage, you know where it's coming from. You'll need to anchor it. I mean, with my old tripod it already fell over one time when I was standing next to runway 27 filming during windy conditions. So ever since I have been using tent wires that secure my tripod safely to over regarding the wind conditions. but you would need to secure such a big umbrella with tent wires as well. Otherwise it's going to blow away or break. Anyway, can we see the next airplane? No. Big Dreamliner coming up after this. 737-800 arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle, KLM flight 1228. One of the many flights between Paris Charles de Gaulle and Amsterdam. This is a short flight, 41 minutes. This airplane 23 years old. First flight was in April of the year 2000. Oh, and for a moment the wind has calmed. It seems. Okay, well, it's picking up again. That was really temporary. Clear skies over here, which means that I can also show you departing airplanes if I can see it. The reflections are... Oh, I did have it. Departures to the north from runway 24. You do hear them occasionally, and that's where they are. Now this is a big bird coming in from Las Vegas, KLM flight 636, and it is a Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner. Flight time 9 hours 21 minutes. Brand new airplane. First started its career as an airplane in May of this year. Nicholas says the audio is breaking up. Are you guys experiencing that as well? And if so, okay, refresh the page, now audio is okay. Do let me know if you guys are experiencing any technical difficulties. I have heard that sometimes the voiceover can become a bit shallow. If that would be the case, let me know, because that just takes a reset of my DJI mic, which is done within 10 seconds. Audio is okay, sound is good, excellent. Well, do let me know if something were to go wrong. Never hurts to do a little bit of troubleshooting. And I also saw that Johns just became a member of the Aurora Sky Lounge, so thank you so much for your support there, Johns. Welcome. You can now use the emojis such as Nintendo, Duck Hunt Dog for when the ducks, if they ever come back. It seems like they've gone on holiday not to return. Haven't seen them in a while. Seems like the umbrella plan has blown away. The next airplane to arrive. Oh, and they are doing parallel arrivals right now. It seems that they have also opened up the center runway. That is a bit of a bummer. I was under the impression we would get all the inbound traffic, but unfortunately that is not the case then. Let's have a look. So yeah, okay, it's the same configuration as they have been using for a while lately. So arrivals no longer on 18 right and 22, but on 18 right and 18C. While I'm at it, no, let me do that later. So you're now watching KLM flight 696, Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner, arrival from Toronto, Canada, 6 hours and 20 minutes of flight time under its belt right now. It is a 1-year-old airplane that had its first flight in June of the year 2022. Hey Greet, goedemorgen. Begum Sen, good morning. And QWERTY UYOP memes. Goedemorgen, good morning to all and all other viewers who have joined in the meantime as well. Welcome to the show. You're watching AMS live with me, boy. And these are crosswind arrivals on runway 18 right, the Polderbaan. One of the two runways used for arrivals. Two airplanes visible. In the foreground, Royal Air Morocco flight 1680 arriving from Nador in Morocco. 737-800, 2 hours and 32 minutes of flight time. 21-year-old airplane, first flight March 2002. And behind it is a Delta Airbus A330 flight 162 arriving from Minneapolis. Those little 737s can make a lot of noise if they do use the reverse thrust. You often see the slots open, but then it's idle reverse and you don't get to hear it. This really sounded nice. Hope you guys were hearing it as well. So again, Delta Airlines flight 162, Airbus A330-300 arriving from Minneapolis. Flight time at the moment 7 hours 28 minutes. 16-year-old airplane, first flight July 2007. And hello there, Herr Flick and Mrs. Snafu. Herr Flick of Gestapo, good to see you again. You may kiss me, Helga. Indeed, Tomo. Good times, good times. Hey, good morning, Harry. Checking in from Ontario. Good to see you, Harry. Hope you're doing well, mate. All other viewers who have joined in the meantime, welcome to. You're watching AMS Live with me, boy. Crosswindy arrivals. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. Let's see. Too high. There we go. Seagull photo bombing. They have a way of doing that. Now let's see what is coming in. First up, Boeing 737-800 arriving from London Heathrow, and behind it is an E2 Embraer 195 from KLM arriving from Zurich. Hey, red badge for Alvin. Nice going, man. Thank you for your ongoing support. A nice day to celebrate a red badge. Alice Wolf says hello from Wolverhampton, England. Good morning to you. And Thomas, hello from Antwerp. Great stream as always. Thank you so much for your kind words there. And absolutely, hello is pure genius. I do sometimes see it as I'm zapping on the TV. There is this nostalgia network or something that we have, and it sometimes airs hello. Hard to zap past it without watching at least a few minutes. Hey there, PPTT Cure boy. Tongue breaker there. Good to see you again. In the foreground, E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Zurich. In the background, the next airplane, an A320 from Iberia Express arriving from Madrid. So this is KLM flight 1954 arriving from Zurich. Touching down after an hour and 8 minutes of flight time. New airplane, a year old, first flight March 2022. Ik vind Klaas een stuk makkelijker dan PPTT Cureboy Klaas. I will say Klaas from now on. Particularly, well, when it's still in the morning. Hey Thomas, good morning. Rianne, good morning. So, two airplanes visible. Iberia Express in the foreground. Flight 3722 Airbus A320 arriving from Madrid. Flight time 1 hour 50 minutes. 9-year-old airplane, first flight September 2013. Hey André, goedemorgen. McClive Lupo, good morning. And indeed, Gushi, listen very carefully, I shall say this only once. Spoilers down, and the flaps are going up. Let's quickly turn around because a 787-10 Dreamliner from New York JFK is arriving, and it is crabbing. Boy, is it crabbing. This is KLM Flight 644. It is a Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner in the KLM 100 years livery. Arriving from New York JFK. Current flight time 6 hours 20 minutes. This airplane is 4 years old already. Its first flight June 2019. Now it seems that for the moment 2 airplanes are going to center, but none are coming to the Polderbaan. So this would be an Embraer 190 arriving from Bremen. KLM flight 1754. Now Bremen is relatively nearby, so the flight time of this airplane is 34 minutes, and it is an 11-year-old airplane. Had its first flight in January 2012. Bit of a struggle to follow smoothly with the wind constantly battling and trying to push the camera the other way, particularly now that I'm faced perpendicularly to the prevailing wind direction. And was that the DC-3? Was it? Oh wow! We also saw it yesterday as it was taking off from the Oostbaan. They are doing tours. Yeah, I accidentally shot a DC-3. Hopefully it won't crash because of it. So all the traffic now seems to be directed to the center runway. I'm looking around to see if maybe they are doing a runway inspection or anything. But I don't see any vehicles right now. Undoubtedly short-lived. Means we'll have to make do with the traffic that we can see land on runway 18 center for the time being. Over here in the water, lots of waves, but birds are far too... well, are there any? Even going further... Oh yeah, there is one. There is one. One brave bird. Really far out. Looks like the next airplane to the Polderbaan is also already coming. I can see it visually. Now I also need to pick it up on camera. There we go. Let's see, that would be a Boeing 737-800 from Transavia arriving from Porto. And yes, Rick, I think it will be very interesting to fly the DC-3 with these kinds of winds. Quite adventurous. Maybe not as adventurous as diving to the bottom of the ocean in a small submersible, but definitely an interesting flight. Dom Lindsley says, good morning, all watching from Newcastle. Good morning to you too, Dom. Hope you're enjoying the show. And yes, Harry, the wind is blowing pretty good. The wind is feisty and it is also gusty. In fact, the Dutch Weather Office issued a code yellow warning for the morning for the coastal provinces due to the gusty wind. Now, I'm not sure what that really means. It's not code red, don't go out or anything. I think code orange is if you don't have to go out, don't go out, but and a weather warning was issued nonetheless. Just for the morning hours though. While it is expected to stay a windy day, the gustiness will probably subside later in the morning. Then again, it is already 11 AM, so one more hour and then the morning is officially over here. Right. The next airplane to arrive is an A321neo from Air Transat, the transatlantic flight arriving from Montreal. I'm not seeing it visually yet. Oh wait, I do. I will have to look on my laptop to see if I'm seeing it right now. I am not by the looks of it. The sun is also coming out, so that means reflections. Let's try that again. There we go. Right, so this is Air Transat flight 324, A321neo, arrival from Montreal. 6 hours and 16 minutes of flight time. This airplane is 2 years old, first flight June 2021. Hey Han, goedemorgen. Good to see you again, my friend. And chauffeur GoPro says code yellow is a well, we warned you. Hey chaps, good morning. I'm not sure who gifted you the membership. Could have been Kathleen, it could have also been one of the other people that have gifted memberships. Hard for me to check back. I've tried that before, but unfortunately it's also invisible for me to see who was given a membership by whom. Anya knows for sure and says it was Goosey's gifted membership. So there you go. extremely quiet. Imagine that, having crossed the Atlantic in a narrow body. Meanwhile, look at this beautiful vista. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what you would call a Dutch sky, with patches of blue and beautiful friendly clouds. And again, it seems that a lot of traffic is now going to the center runway for the time being. Ah, now I do see the bird control vehicle with the lights on, patrolling the perimeter, so I'm thinking maybe they're doing a runway check. Indeed, chef for GoPro, they're looking for the umbrella of the dude. What was he thinking, eh? Current temperature just below 20 C. Good question, Dale. Let me see if I can update the ticker now that there is a momentary lull. See what the current wind and also the current temperature is. Last time I checked the meter, it was 18 C. It doesn't feel like it has gotten any warmer. Let me go to my laptop. Let's go to flight radar. Click on Amsterdam meter. 20 C according to the latest meter. Let me copy paste it and take you through it. Not everybody understands the mumbo jumbo that is in the ticker. Well, the runway usage, that is something most people will understand, but the first part is weather lingo and basically the current status quo. So I just updated the ticker, and AHAM is the name of Schiphol, AHAM or AMS. Then it says the date and the time. So this is the weather report from the 16th, 8:55 Zulu time, Greenwich Mean Time. So that's 2 hours. That's Central European Time minus 2 hours. So that was almost 15 minutes ago. And it says that the wind is blowing with 21 knots from 230 degrees. That's the first part. 23021 KT is the wind. Then it says the wind is variable between 200 degrees and 260 degrees. So south-southwest and between south-southwest and west. 9999 means the visibility is 10 kilometers or more. Then it says something about clouds. Broken clouds at 2,800 feet. Current air temperature 20 degrees Celsius. Dew point is 13 degrees Celsius. QNH is the air pressure is 1010 hectopascals, and no SIG means no significant changes in the weather in the upcoming 2 hours. So a lot of wind and temperatures around 20 degrees Celsius, or if you're used to Fahrenheit, that would equate to approximately 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Airport security doing a UE. No, it's not doing a UE. Just maybe saying hi to those people. Anyway, traffic is coming this way. It is visible just now, so let me show you and let's see how it is crabbing towards the runway. There we go. Boeing 737-800, KLM flight 1072, arriving from Manchester, United Kingdom. Current flight time 44 minutes. The airplane's age 12 years. Its first flight was in May 2011. And the P1 Authority just passed by over here. Respect my authority. Right, little sip of water. Gotta stay hydrated even under these windy conditions, or maybe particularly under these windy conditions. Nice. Now for us a bit boring. The landings thus far have all been relatively well executed considering the windy conditions. i.e. no go-arounds thus far. No need to tell you what the smoke from the chimney in Westport looks like. Almost horizontally blowing away from us. Let's see, more traffic will be coming this way. First is a Boeing 737-700 from Transavia, arriving from Barcelona, flight 5132. Current flight time 1 hour and 43 minutes. Airplane is 20 years old, first flight April 2003. Hey Georgios, checking in from Kalamata, Greece. How warm is it over there, dare I ask? Probably quite warm. Tomo has to go. Thank you for joining, Tomo. Hope to see you again soon and enjoy the rest of your day, mate. Be safe. Oh, thank you so much, my friend. Really appreciate it. Thank you. It is beautiful, ja. Wunderbar, ja. Fabelhaft. Hey.
Wens je een fijne dag.
Ja, dankjewel. Fijne dag. With the doggies. Thank you so much, gents.
I sent you a video I made from you.
Oh, awesome. Awesome.
With your email address.
Excellent. May I also show it if on the community page? I've been filmed by Jens, who is also here. And he has already sent me the video, so thank you so much again. Vielen Dank. Schönen Tag. Wiedersehen. Alright. Oh, hot morning me. Be ready for the play. Icelandic the lipstick plane. Now first up this Transavia. And Georgios says that the temperature in Kalamata is already 36 degrees Celsius. That is warm. Was on the news the last couple of days how in Greece and in Italy and in Spain it was already warm, and it was only going to get even warmer in the upcoming days, in the upcoming week. So my thoughts are with you guys. I mean, it's nice to have warm weather, but it can also be too much. Now, okay, play is now number 6. Thanks for the update there, Han. I was already looking at flight radar and I wasn't seeing it. I was wondering, where's Han talking about? What is Han talking about? And good evening, Pat, checking in from Auckland, New Zealand, where it is winter. Southern Hemisphere. Always have to keep that in mind. Now, you would be inclined to think that it is winter over here as well, even though it is summer officially. Little KLM flight arriving from Brussels. Now, interestingly, they're sending a heavy arriving from Bonaire to the center runway instead of to us. Arriving from Bonaire, so you would think, originating from the west, it would be going to the westmost runway, namely this runway, but for some reason it isn't. Dan asks, are you going live tomorrow? Weather permitting, I am looking to go live again tomorrow, but it all depends on the weather. But I typically try to go out on Mondays as well. Now I'm also seeing that there is a BizJet landing on the Schiphol Oostbaan. So they're using all kinds of runways right now. Now, still traffic coming towards us, and given the prevailing wind, I'm not too concerned about them being narrow bodies because they are affected by the wind more than the heavies typically. So for us it is interesting nonetheless. In the bottom right is KLM flight 1414. It is an Embraer 190 arriving from Lyon in France. Flight time at the moment 1 hour and 11 minutes, and it is also 11 years old. First flight January 2012. Now, I did not check if the Emirates A380 is on schedule and also if we're expecting a special livery today. Has anybody seen it by any chance, and does anybody know? Next up is an Embraer 190 arriving from Dublin. Let's see. Hey Steven, goedemiddag, goedemorgen. Morning still, yeah, good morning. I was curious, what's the ETA of today's Emirates A380, and is it a normal livery or a special livery, or is it the new standard livery with the new tail? Next up is KLM flight 934, Embraer 190 arriving from Dublin, Ireland. Flight time 1 hour and 3 minutes. right. ETA 122, regular old livery. Currently above Romania. Alright. Two airplanes visible, and both of them Embraer 190s. For the former arriving from Bristol, the latter from Edinburgh. And after that, there's going to be the lipstick or condom or salami or whatever plane you would call it. And there's also a Silkway 747 inbound, but arriving from the east. So you're right, Stephen, probably going to the other runway then. But you never know, fingers crossed. If I'm not mistaken, it's also usually around this time that they switch to one runway for arrivals, or at least that they have been doing that a few times already. And then just before the A380 is expected to land, they reopen it again, the secondary runway. You should be able to see, by the way, which runway it is assigned to if you look at omgevingsinfo Schiphol. Now, there is an app for iPhone. Unfortunately, I don't have an iPhone but an Android phone, and I couldn't find an app for it on my phone. And using the website would be a bit elaborate while streaming, so I'm not checking that right now, but you can see to which runway airplanes are assigned once they are flying into the country. Now the top left, the Play A320neo, and in the foreground, third consecutive, if I'm not mistaken, Embraer 190 from KLM. This one arriving from Edinburgh. Definitely not slowing down yet. Following the airplanes with the camera is a bit bumpy, despite having the image stabilizer activated. Okay, 747 Zwanenburgbaan, unfortunate. Right. Here is the A320neo from Play, arriving from Reykjavik, the daily flight 460, arriving from Reykjavik, 2 hours and 38 minutes of flight time right now. The airplane is 6 years old, first flight was in April 2017. Hey Afrodite, goedemorgen. Goed dat je er weer bent. Good to see you. Alright, well, in the meantime, there is a patch of blue sky over here. How about that? More patches of blue over here. This is looking to the west. This is where the wind is coming from, the southwest. So it doesn't look that bad, except that there is wind. More dark over there, the northeast, but it seems like it is opening up a little bit. So with the exception of the wind, it is otherwise friendly weather right now. Hey Martin, goedemorgen. Are you home already? Did they already fire you to go back home? Activated. Very nice. Oh, chauffeur GoPro, don't ask me about plans. I have no idea, unfortunately. Ah, Friday already got sent home. Excellent. Did the operation go well? Well, probably it has been going well. Otherwise, they would have kept you in hospital for further recovery. I'm happy for you, Martin. Hopefully you'll recover speedily. Hey there, Steve, checking in from Australia. Thank you. Thank you for your kind words. More people from down under tuning in. Really lovely to see so many people tune in from down under and from New Zealand as well. And welcome to everybody. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. Also, if you have any questions, don't be afraid to ask. People over here are very friendly and they're typically also very knowledgeable. Dion Sauer says hello from the Gold Coast. Good day to you and welcome to the stream. Hope everybody is having a good time with windy arrivals over here at Schiphol Airport. Now, where is the next airplane? It should be out there. And there it is. More narrow bodies. This would be an Embraer 190 yet again, KLM flight 1442, arrived from Aberdeen, United Kingdom. Flight time an hour and 6 minutes. The airplane is 11 years old. First flight was in January 2012. And good day to Vinay, who is tuning in from India. Good afternoon, mate. Oh, it is going around. Aborted. So, number one. Not sure why. Not because of the runway being occupied, because it was vacated already. Okay, now, first go around, ladies and gentlemen. This and not make a turn, I'm not going to be able to follow it pretty soon because it is directly over me. I thought I only had to do acrobatics yesterday. Now it's starting to turn. So it has made a 90-degree turn. We'll be flying towards the sea, then downwind again for another attempt. Unless they are assigning it to the Oostbaan, for instance, but I'm guessing it's going to do another round. Okay, well, that was the first go around of the day, ladies and gentlemen. It has taken a while, but there you go. We did finally get to see one. Peter K and one of the members of the Army of Peters. Great many viewers are called Peter. Alright, so number 5 worldwide indeed. At the moment, a 777 from KLM, flight 736, coming in from Curaçao, Willemstad. This is a 777-300 ER, 10 years old. First flight was in May 2013, and this airplane has 8 hours and 33 minutes of flight time under its belt right now. Exactly, Christian. Yesterday was the warm-up for today. Alright, so one go around so far. What the WTF? Delta flight 136 arriving from Detroit, but it is directed to the center runway. Yeah, indeed, Han, I was just noticing it. Bit disappointing. Is that because they need to make room? No, there was room. Because of the go around, I was wondering for a moment, but that does not seem to have been the reason. Alright, well, another Embraer 190 coming in. Flying for KLM, but it is German Airways that is doing the actual flight. KLM flight 954. It is German Airways Embraer 190 arriving from Newcastle. Standard livery, not the chocolate livery. Current flight time 52 minutes. This airplane 15 years old. First flight January 2008. Looking at flight radar, I'm also seeing the 747 in the distance, now turning final for the center runway. As soon as I see it, I will also show you guys. And indeed, on so many Embraers, it is swarming with them. KLM has a great many, I think 60 plus if I'm not mistaken, and I'm not sure if that is just the Embraer 175s and 190s or if that also includes the E2 Embraer 195s. why should I stay live until 2 o'clock, Daniel? Is there a particular flight you're looking forward to? Right, so over here we have an A330 that is from Delta, arriving from Detroit. And after that, Silkway West Airlines flight 207, Boeing 747-400, currently number 4 worldwide most tracked airplane, arriving from Baku, currently underway for 4 hours and 56 minutes. It is a 17-year-old Boeing 747 that had its first flight in the year 2006 in May. Two hands around the tripod. The tripod had to keep everything as stable as possible. It's not unthinkable that this is also the same view we'll be having of the daily Emirates A380. ATC has a way of assigning it to the wrong runway. It has landed safely, that we can say for sure. Hey Bisnovoud, good day, good to see you again, my friend. Welcome back. It's been a while, hasn't it? Right, now folks, next up, A320 Neo from Air Malta, arriving from Malta, flight 394, current flight time 2 hours and 44 minutes. This airplane is 2 years old, first flight was in July 2020. And in the top left we can see also the next airplane arrive, yeah, and it is an Embraer 190, yeah, Embraer 190. arriving from Aberdeen. That the wind is actually picking up a little bit, or the gusts at least are. It's not slowing down at any rate, that I can tell with certainty. Hey Paula, Paula, goedemorgen. Is it morning still? Yeah, it is still morning. These are the days you want to be out. Nice windy conditions. Nice temperatures. No precipitation, also helpful. In the foreground we have an Embraer 190. KLM flight 1442 arriving from Aberdeen. This is the second time it is going to attempt to land. Current flight time 1 hour and 19 minutes. The airplane is 11 years old. First flight January 2012, sorry. And in the background is an A320 from TUI flight arriving from Ibiza. Hey Mats, goedemorgen, good morning. Good to see you again, my friend. Hope everybody is doing well. Okay, so an uneventful landing in that respect. Second time, no issues. Alright, well, this is Global X flying for TUI. Flight 1532. Arriving from Ibiza. This is an A320. Current flight time 2 hours and 4 minutes. The airplane is 14 years old. First flight was in August of the year 2008. Tippy toeing a little bit. Nice hybrid livery. Not entirely Global X, not entirely TUI, but a nice mix of the two. Hey Milan, fijn weekend. Thank you. You too. Avi says, thanks for a great live stream from Berlin. Vielen Dank, Avi. Herzlich Dank. Und schön, dass du auch dabei bist. Two airplanes in the distance, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. Embraer 190 in the foreground, arriving from Basel. That is German Airways flying for KLM, flight 1986. And behind it is a Turkish 737 arriving from Istanbul. So in the foreground, KLM flight 1986, flight time 1 hour and 4 minutes. This Embraer 190, 14 years old. First flight was in January of the year 2009. Oh, and it is gusting. I have to hold the camera still with both hands because otherwise it would get blown to the side. But it doesn't seem to have affected the Embraer. Having touched down nicely, seemingly effortlessly. Indeed, today the pilots are earning their salary. Aphrodite asks how hard the wind is blowing. Let's check the ticker. I haven't updated it. It's almost an hour old, but in the ticker it was the ticker that I last downloaded was 21 knots with gusts. No, 21 knots, 230 degrees. No gusts were mentioned. Now, if we get a lull, let me update the ticker with the latest weather. Because what I read back was not the latest weather, but the meter of an hour ago. Servus Peppi, auch wieder dabei, herzlich willkommen. Ist es auch stürmisch in Innsbruck heute? Oder nur heiß? Wahrscheinlich nur heiß. Let's see, in the foreground we have an Embraer 190 for KLM, but also flown once again by German Airways, flight 1472, arrival from Glasgow in Scotland. 1 hour and 3 minutes of flight time, an Embraer 190 long range, 16 years old, first flight January 2007. Behind it is an E2 Embraer 195, arrival from Humberside from KLM. See if I can use that moment to update the ticker with the latest weather. See if I can make it before I need to go back to the camera and operate it. Oh, the wind has increased. It was 21 knots just an hour ago and now it is 24 knots, although it doesn't say any, doesn't mention any gusts. Race against the clock, quickly paste, update the font size, there you go. Just entered the latest meter in the ticker. Wind speed is now 24 knots, doesn't say anything about gusts. Temperature still 19 degrees Celsius. Heute sehr heiß, is Peppy saying. Yesterday it was also already in the 30s in Tyrol, at least in the valley. Not just in the south of the Mediterranean countries, but in Central Europe as well. Warm, if not excruciatingly warm. In that respect, over here we are lucky right now. Moderate temperatures, 19°C, so approximately 70 F. E2 Embraer 195, arrival from Humberside, KLM flight 1486 in the foreground. This is a short flight, 38 minutes so far, brand new airplane. First flight last month, June 2023, so it is brand spanking new. Luckily no issues with landing. Peter K says it's already 33 degrees. That's Slovakia, right? Oh boy. Warm weather in a lot of the European continent right now. Afrodita informing us that the A380 arriving from Dubai is just passing Budapest, still 1.5 hours to go, so just before 1:30 expected around here. And I have every intention to stick around until then. King Ding asks if the Orange Pride is... Oh! Another aborted landing. Number 2. Well, here we go with the gymnastics again. Time to crouch. Just to give you a little perspective, now flying to the east, the west. Time to focus on the new incoming airplane. The next one. There it is. Let's see, that is a Boeing 737 MAX 8 from Norwegian in the Unicef livery. Arriving from Copenhagen in Denmark, 1 hour and 8 minutes of flight time right now. Touching down, brand new airplane according to flight radar. Its first flight was in December last year. It's just over half a year old. This time no grumpy man, but Unicef on the tail. The next airplane to arrive is SAS. SAS A320 flight 821 arriving from Oslo. Flight time 1 hour and 33 minutes. This airplane 16 years old. First flight September 2006. After that we are going to see a Dreamliner 10 arriving from Delhi. So that's interesting because normally speaking, if there were 2 runways open, you would think it would go to the center runway. The fact that it doesn't means that this is once again the only runway for arrivals by the looks of it. empirically speaking, haven't checked the website that says the runway usage, but logically thinking, and it is now 12 o'clock, so yeah, then you'll see that by the time the A380 arrives, they are going to reopen it again, and we'll have to see it from a distance. So this is KLM flight 872, Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from Delhi in India. Flight time 8 hours 47 minutes. The airplane is 3 years old. First flight November 2019. Aphrodite is confirming that center is closed. Rick is informing us that there is a Delta A350 arriving soon from Atlanta, Georgia. Excellent. Beautiful airplanes. And nice to break the cycle of Embraer after Embraer, right folks? Reversers. Super nice, also a little bit of sound. Not just the picture, but also the sound. A complete package. Well folks, if you just tuned in, welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are standing next to the Polderbaan, runway 18 right at the moment. The only runway used for arrivals. The pilots are landing from the north to the south. The prevailing wind is from the southwest, south-southwest. Meaning mostly headwind, but also crosswind from the right. And that is what we have been seeing thus far. Crabbing. Most of the landings have been going relatively well, at least looking at it from the outside. We have had 2 go-arounds thus far. Single runway use, Matthew says, evil laugh. Excellent. 2 airplanes coming this way. And in the foreground is an EasyJet A319, flight 27904, arriving from Zadar. Don't know where that is. Flight time 1 hour and 48 minutes, so it's not really far out. Airbus A319, 12 years old, first flight July 2011, and behind it is an Embraer 175 from KLM arriving from Leeds. Still far out relatively, so let's just focus on the EasyJet first. Tippy-toeing. Butt shot coming in. We're aligned with the first exit. There you go. Will we see the spoilers go down before the right hand turn? Yeah, we do. And will the flaps go up? Well, they will eventually, but not yet. Or just starting, well. Zadar in Croatia. Ah, okay. Excellent. It's been a while since I've had topography in school, so forgive me my ignorance. Alright, Embraer 175 arriving from Leeds, KLM flight 1542. Flight time 53 minutes, now touching down. And that is a 6-year-old airplane that had its first flight in September 2016. Transavia from Thessaloniki going. What are you talking about there, Afrodita? Okay, well, Peppy, this airplane is coming from your hometown. Transavia flight 6610 arriving from the beautiful Innsbruck in Austria, in Tyrol. If you've never been there, do go there once by airplane, because the arrival is exquisite. You'll fly between the mountains and it is beautiful. Also, if you arrive from the east, you'll be flying over the city of Innsbruck before touching down on the airfield that is lying west of the city. Transavia flight 6610. And if you're not sure, Google some footage of arrivals at Innsbruck Kranebieten Airport. Beautiful. Flight time of this airplane, 1 hour and 16 minutes. The airplane is 6 years old. First flight March 2017. Okay. Transavia from Thessaloniki diverting to runway 22 then. Now, for a brief moment, a few darker clouds are looking to pass over, looking more to the west, though it is brighter. I think the ground is also arid, because you can see that there is dust blowing up through the wind. Dust storm. Let's quickly turn around, because there is a 777 going to land, or at least trying to land anytime soon, and it is KLM flight 758, number 6 worldwide most tracked on flight radar, arriving from Panama City. Flight time of this airplane thus far 9 hours and 36 minutes. 777-300ER, 8 years old. First flight of this airplane was February 2015. still sounding the same as just now. Hey there Madeira Aviation Spotting, and hey there Roadhog. Hoe is het geluid nu, Rick? In the foreground, Boeing 737-800 from Transavia, momentarily number 10 worldwide most tracked. Okay, it sounds better now. Okay, let me just do a mic reset for safety measures in a moment. I think it has to do with whether or not the microphone, the DJI mic, is pointing towards the wind or not. But if anything, it only takes 5 seconds, so A350 coming in, ladies and gentlemen. Let me zoom out a little bit, set everything. Quick reset. Alright, testing 1 2 1 2. Is the voice over audible? I just switched it off and turned it back on again. Hey Lizzie, no duckies here unfortunately, no. The water has been quiet all the time, still is. You'd think maybe they would go surf, but nice waves over here in the canal, in the Moot, but unfortunately no. Okay, better sound, excellent. Thanks for letting me know. Do keep me posted if it happens again, because it's just a matter of switching it off and turning it back on again. Literally 5 seconds of work, so little effort, a lot of gain. This is Delta Airlines Flight 74, number 9 worldwide most tracked at the moment. A350-900 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia, 7 hours and 37 minutes. Now touching down. 6-year-old airplane, first flight September 2016. And what you heard was a few mopeds that passed by on the cycling path that I'm standing next to. Not sure if it is a moped club or anything. A few of them do seem to be wearing the same jackets. Right. I think I saw 2 airplanes. Yeah. Nicely huddled together, optically at least. Let's see what is coming up next. Embraer 175 arrival from Darlington, KLM in the foreground, and KLM flight 604. Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from LAX in the background. Hey there Elizabeth, checking in from New York, good morning. Welcome to the show. Welcome to all other viewers who have joined us in the meantime. You're watching AMS live with me, Boy, and we are standing next to the Polderbaan runway 318 right, currently used for arrivals, I think as the only main landing runway. We did have 2 go-arounds, and I think the second diverted to runway 22, although that runway is not. I do see now that there is a BizJet also landing on it, but the bigger airplanes are landing on this runway exclusively right now. Headwind with crosswind from the right. As you guys can see, all airplanes are crabbing. Significant wind. lovely conditions for us, the viewers. Well, the Embraer has safely landed. Let's see how the Dreamliner fares. The wind is definitely not slowing down yet. We're looking at KLM flight 604, Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner arrival from LAX, and its current flight time is 9 hours and 54 minutes. The airplane itself 2 years old. First flight was in December 2020. Donato Vladimir Aguayo Litardo says good morning from Ecuador. Good morning to you, my friend. Nice to see people tuning in from Ecuador as well. Hope you're doing well, mate. Thanks for joining. Hope everybody is having a good time watching these airplanes as they crab their way towards the landing runway. Dippy towing, but otherwise a perfect landing. Now, unfortunately today the weather is not very favorable for holding a wheelie competition, but we'll see that another time. There's always going to be another time. Milan checking in from Slovenia. Good day, Milan. Welcome to the show, hope you're having fun. And Cathay's father saw the LAX departure. Excellent! That is so nice that you can see those airplanes and take off and land all live as it happens in real time. More airplanes coming this way. In the foreground, an A320neo from Pegasus arriving from Antalya, flight 5015, flight time 3 hours 54 minutes. A 4-year-old airplane, first flight May 2019, and behind it is a Transavia 737-800 arriving from Preveza. Buttshot coming in. Hey Marissa, goedemiddag. Leuk dat je er ook weer bent. Alles goed? Oh, the wind is absolutely not slowing down, ladies and gentlemen. Quite significant waves in the water. But my tripod is securely fastened. It will not fall over, whatever the wind may be. Next up is a Transavia 737-800, flight 5792, arriving from Preveza. 2 hours and 50 minutes of flight time. The airplane is 14 years old. First flight June 2009. happy to hear, Marissa. Hey, de Sparta Rotterdam, goedemiddag. Good to see you again. Next up, EasyJet A319 arrival from Milan. Oh, that's what happens if you don't fixate the camera. It gets blown away. A319 arrival from Milan, an hour and 25 minutes of flight time. 14-year-old airplane. First flight March 2009. Anja has to go do some chores around the house. It's been a pleasure to have you on the stream again, Anja. Take care and enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll see each other soon, undoubtedly. Next up is another Embraer 190. We've seen so many before. Also, the next airplane behind it is a 737-800. Now, the airplane in the foreground we are familiar with. It is a regular visitor, the chocolate Lycifer livery, chocolate cakes and whatnot. A 15-year-old airplane. First flight January 2008. This time it is flying in from Cardiff. And hey there Marco, goedemiddag. Good afternoon to you and to all other viewers who have joined us in the meantime. Now, in the meantime, a few droplets are falling right now. Chocolate. Few droplets from what seems to be an isolated cloud. This is looking in the direction of the wind, so not expecting any significant rain anytime soon. This would be a Boeing 737-800 KLM flight 1186 arrival from Bergen. An hour and 22 minutes of flight time. This airplane is 4 years old. First flight March 2019. Now next up is going to be a TUI Dreamliner. There she is. Grabbing its way over to the runway. TUI flight 383, Boeing 787-8, arrival from Bonaire in the Caribbean. 8 hours and 59 minutes of flight time right now. This airplane is 8 years old. First flight January 2015. Yay! And Over 400 likes. Thank you guys so much. You guys are awesome. And I totally agree with that, Rick. And thank you for your super chat there, Rick. And thanks for moderating this live chat. Well, folks, it is sunny again. Typical Dutch weather. Indeed, summer in the Netherlands. Now, the sun nicely illuminating the Dreamliner as it approaches. Now in the shade again, of course, but just before I was mentioning it, it was still in the sun. There it is again, in the sun, beautiful. Nice landing. Nothing too complicated by the looks of it. We also do an update of the weather. Curious to see if the wind is changing. Doesn't feel like it, but let's see what the meter is saying. Right, so this is the meter of... Oh, it's almost due for a new one. So currently the wind 220 degrees, 24 knots, varying between 200 degrees and 260 degrees. Not slowing down just yet. Now, Aer Lingus, arriving from Dublin. New livery. Nice landing there. Hey there, Blackbirds, good afternoon. And hi, Kevin. And all other viewers who have joined in the meantime. Welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live with me, Boy, and we are standing next to the Polderbaan, where arrivals take place under crosswindy conditions. 24 knots of wind. Mostly headwind, but a little bit of crosswind from the right, as you guys can see by the crabbing. We've seen 2 go-arounds thus far today. They went around quite early. They weren't last-minute decisions. And this is still the older KLM livery, recognizable by the straight line between blue and white, the top and bottom part. The latest livery has a curve in it from the nose and then proceeds to be straight, but this is all straight from front to back. Now, This is a Transavia 737-800 arriving from Faro in Portugal. Flight 5354. Current flight time 2 hours and 30 minutes. It is a 737-800 that is 12 years old. First flight was in July 2010. In the top left, the next airplane after it. That would be a Vueling A320 arriving from Alicante. Hey Ina, guten Tag! Bist du auch wieder dabei? Nice to see you! Hope you're doing well, Ina. It's been a while. Hope you've been alright in the meantime. Next up, an A320 followed by an A320neo. Foreground, the A320. It is from Vueling, arriving from Alicante, flight 1377. Looks like a blank airplane, almost completely white, according to flight radar. So I'm curious to see what it looks like in actual live in a few moments. Flight radar hasn't always been the most up-to-date with their airplane pictures, so I'm just curious to see if maybe their livery is more complete now. Bird controller also coming closer by. Right, so this is A320, 17 years old, first flight May 2006, and it does seem to be a white airplane with the exception of the logo mostly. So a colorful accent on the front part of the left wing engine. Other than that, wedding dress livery. Yeah, that's a good question, Mr. Clive Lupo. I haven't seen the ducks. They have been on an extremely extended lunch break. Or maybe these guys have been doing their job better, but so thus far the ducks always have been unfazed by the presence of bird controllers. Alright, A320neo in the foreground, triple in the background. EasyJet A320neo arriving from Dubrovnik. 2 hours and 18 minutes of flight time. Nice, gentle, tippy-toey, but solid landing. In case you didn't recognize it, it says so on the tin. This is a Neo. Aphrodite has to go as well. Thanks for joining, Aphrodite. Enjoy the rest of your day and we'll meet again soon, undoubtedly. Right, this is KLM flight 744. There we go again. KLM 744, but it is a 777. Arriving from Lima in Peru. 11 hours and 49 minutes of flight time for this airplane already. 777-300ER flight. First flight was in January 2017, making this airplane 6 years old. Steve also has to go. Thanks for joining, Steve. Hope to see you again soon. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate. Haha, look at that, nice wheelie. Despite the wind. Despite the wind. So, in an hour or so from now, we should see an Emirates A380 arriving from Dubai, the daily flight. Running a bit late today, normally arriving between 1 and 1:15, this time around 1:30 p.m. And the question that always arises is, will it be landing on this runway or will they reopen 18 center again just before it approaches? And that is what they typically do, so don't get your hopes up too high. However, if it will land on 18C, we will be able to see it quite well from over here. My camera has decent zoom, so it's not that you won't be seeing anything, but it's just not as spectacular as would be the case if it were to land on this runway. Next airplane coming in is another Vueling A320, not a Neo but a regular one, flight 8309, arriving from Barcelona. An hour and 46 minutes of flight time right now. An 8-year-old airplane that had its first flight in March 2015. And this one has a full livery on its fuselage according to flight radar. I do already see the speckles on the tail. Also color on the engine casing, so yeah. And an otherwise uneventful landing, which is good. Hey Harry, goedemiddag. Checking in from Drenthe in the east of the country, the northeast I should say. And here we have another big bird, 777-300 ER, KLM flight 622, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. 7 hours and 34 minutes of flight time right now under its belt. The airplane is 14 years old, first flight May 2009. Benny Messi checking in from Hilversum, hoi hoi. Thank you, Sordo WRC TV, for those kinds words. Put me in a pipe and smoke it. Hey Jeroen, goedemiddag. We hebben er 2 gehad, 2 go-arounds. They were not last minute, they were quite early break-offs. One diverted to 2-2, eventually landed successfully there. The other did a go-around and landed successfully on this runway. Transavia 737, and the other one was, I think, a KLM Embraer, although I'm not entirely sure about the former. The first one, I should say. Two airplanes coming this way. In the foreground, LOT, Polish Airlines, flight 263, Embraer 175, arrival from Warsaw, an hour and 48 minutes underway. It is an Embraer 175 long range, 12 years old, first flight August 2010. Behind it is an EasyJet A320 Neo arriving from Palma de Mallorca. Butt shot coming in. There you go. Right, well, two A320 Neos back to back. First one EasyJet, second one Vueling. Number 2 in the top left quadrant. As I was saying, EasyJet A320 Neo arriving from Palma de Mallorca. 3-year-old airplane. First flight was in October 2019 and this is now touching down after 2 hours and a minute of flying. Now while the sun is shining over here where I'm standing and also over at the runway, the backdrop is quite dramatic with the clouds. I'm happy to say that looking behind me to the south where the weather is coming from, partially it looks a lot more open and friendly. If you guys are watching from home and looking only at this constantly, you might be thinking, oh, the weather is quite bad, but I'm actually standing in the sun right now. You can also see that the airplane is now flying into the sunlight again. Marissa informing us that the A380 is now almost over Erfurt in Germany, 42 minutes out. Fingers crossed that we might see it on this runway. It would be the cherry on the cake. The icing on the cake. Now this is Vueling flight 8353 A320 Neo arriving from Valencia, touching down after 2 hours and 2 minutes of flying right now. She's 4 years old. And the first flight was in July 2019. Is there also something on the front of the fuselage? Alright, little sticker or something. And good afternoon to Rob from The Hague. Goedemiddag, Watermelon's added lover. Michael Kalwij, goedemiddag, mid-KS. Well, interestingly, the METAR says that doesn't mention anything about gusts. I was checking and it didn't say anything. If there is a momentary lull, let me see if I can update the ticker with the latest METAR. The last one did not say anything about gusts. Just a continuous wind over, was it 24 knots from the top of my head? This is a 777-200 ER arriving from Guayaquil, KLM flight 751. Current flight time of this airplane, almost 11 hours, 10 hours and 56 minutes. It is a 19-year-old airplane, first flight November 2003. Daredevil 76, goedemiddag. Michael is standing at the parking lot and it is blowing quite heavily indeed. But that's what makes it fun. As long as it's not pouring with rain or icy cold, but fortunately it isn't both. It's neither. Right, Air France A319 arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle. Let me see if I can update the meter in the meantime. Right. Okay. 22 knots, it is slowing. The wind is decreasing again. At least in the latest meter it says 22 knots, no longer 24. We'll copy paste and there we go. Now appearing in the ticker, the latest meter, but I cannot take you through it because I need to operate the camera again. But according to the latest meter, the wind speed has decreased a little bit from 24 to 22 knots. Doesn't feel like it is slowing down just yet, standing here in the field, let me tell you that. A319 from Air France arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle. Next up is going to be an A330 from Delta. I'm already seeing it, so let's look at that. Now 22 knots, 220 degrees. Few clouds at 2,700 feet, visibility still 10 kilometers or more. Broken clouds at 3,000 feet, temperature 20 degrees, dew point 13 degrees. Air pressure 1,011 hectopascals, so a bit higher. No significant changes in the weather expected in the upcoming 2 hours. Watermelon added lover, that is not anything rude to ask, it's a very valid question. These crosswinds are only interfering with the pilots when they are trying to land, and they correct for the crosswind by leaning into the wind, which is why you see them pointing their nose towards us before they touch down. Nice application of the reverse thrust there. So by leaning to the right, they keep going straight to the runway, and then last minute they turn around to the left with the nose so that all the wheels are aligned with the runway, and that is how they can land. And when they are higher up, the crosswinds are not bothering them because the computer will correct for the angle they need to fly at or the direction, so that they keep going in the direction they need to go to. And that was a nice loud landing. Marissa is informing us that the Saudia B787 is coming in the 75 years livery, 17 minutes out. Yeah, I'm afraid you might get proven right there, Marissa. Wouldn't be surprised if anywhere in now and the next 10 minutes 18C will reopen again. That would be typical Schiphol ATC. Next up, two 737s. Both of them visible already. In the foreground, the 737-800. In the background, its bigger sibling, A900. KLM arriving from Frankfurt is what we are looking at right now. Flight 1766. -49 of flight time. A 23-year-old airplane. The first flight of this airplane was in August 1999. As you guys can see, the sun is shining again over here. Big picture, this is looking to the south. This is the southwest, this is where the wind is coming from and the weather is coming from. The south, this is the east, this is the north, and that would be the west. And here the bigger sibling, the 737-900, KLM flight 1598. It is arriving from Rome. Current flight time 2 hours. 21-year-old airplane. Its first flight in October 2001. Alright, another Delta A330 is coming next, but before that an Embraer 190. Is that A330 visible somewhere already? I for one am not seeing it on my little camera screen. Let me look back, see what you guys are seeing on my laptop. Oh yeah, it is becoming visible now. Excellent. KLM flight 1562, arriving from Genoa in Italia. An hour and 35 minutes of flight time right now under its belt. It is 14 years old. First flight was in June 2009. That is a tippy-toey one. Alright. Otherwise normal landing. And this would be Delta Airlines flight 144, arriving from Seattle, Washington State. Airbus A330-300. Its flight time right now, 9 hours and 20 minutes. It is a 19-year-old airplane that had its first flight in August of the year 2003. Grabbing its way to the runway threshold. Yeah, that's a good idea, Lance. Drop some poo on ATC control tower. You almost know for sure beforehand that this is exactly what they're going to do. And I'm talking about ATC, obviously. But who knows, they might surprise us today. Would be nice for a change to see the A380 up close. K3 coming in from the right in a moment. They're gonna crash. Oh no. Hey, are we going to see a butt shot of an A330? I think we are. Ooh, hey. One and two zebra liveried mini grebes. Check it out. It's always the grebes that come out first. Two young ones growing like mad with all that sashimi that they have in their diet. Gobbling up fish in one go. Young grebes in their zebra livery. First flight of these two, I think last month, maybe. Now, hopefully childcare doesn't see the footage because they are unsupervised and no parent to be seen. Back to the planes it is. Hey Tom, goedemiddag. Transavia up next. Flight 1834, Boeing 737-800 arriving from Kos in Greece. The airplane is underway now for 3 hours and 26 minutes. It is a 12-year-old airplane. First flight was in February 2011. Beautiful, beautifully executed. Welcomed by a little bit of Dutch sunshine, even though the background looks a bit dreary. Also two Chinese 777s coming this way. Excellent. 787-900 from Jeddah lining up. Oh yeah, it is flying to the glide slope. We are going to see that one by the looks of it. Or will it be going to center? Have they reopened it? That would be a typical Schiphol ATC thing to do. Right, next up, KLM flight 1128, Boeing 737-800 arriving from Copenhagen. Flight time of this airplane right now is 1 hour and 7 minutes. 12-year-old airplane. First flight, May 2011. Okay, Saudia might be going to 18C. I wouldn't be surprised if it were. That is why I was asking. Wouldn't be the first time that they have reopened the runway just before it starts getting interesting. Meanwhile, two airplanes are visible in the foreground, an Embraer 190 arriving from Toulouse from KLM, and in the background Turkish A330 arriving from Istanbul. And yeah, what is the Saudia going to do? Still hard to judge based on the movement on flight radar, but I am carefully inclined to say it is coming this way. Watermelon, according to the latest METAR, the wind should be 22 knots. Not sure if it is. I do get the feeling that sometimes the gusts are stronger than that. The Embraer has landed safely. Big Bird is coming. And it looks like the Saudia is also coming this way. In the left quadrant, in the background, a bit higher than the A330. So that is a lucky break. Hopefully it is indicative of what will happen with the A380 in half an hour from now. So this is Turkish Airlines flight 1957 A330-300 arriving from Istanbul, Turkey. Current flight time 3 hours and 5 minutes. This airplane is 9 years old and had its first flight in November 2013. Sander informing us that the A380 is 14 minutes out, so fingers crossed, ladies and gentlemen, that we might get to see it up close today. That would be a nice gift from ATC for a change. Maybe for once the ATC controller is thinking, oh wow, there are a lot of people in the grass, at the Polderbaan, at the parking lot, but also over here. Why don't we do them a favor, let that A380 land next to them? Instead of being sour SOBs. Right, well, after the Dreamliner, can we see it? Can you guys see it? I'm not seeing it yet, but the triple will be coming after this Dreamliner. Well, hold your horses, Lance. Maybe the flyby will still be required if the A380 will not go to the Polderbaan. So keep the ducks airborne and on standby for now. Steven is giving us hopeful news. The website Omgevingsinfo Schiphol, which shows what runway to land airplanes are assigned, and quite far in advance already, and quite reliably, I have to say. Apparently says that it is coming this way, the A380. If that is true, then do call back the ducks, Lance. We won't be needing the poo attack. Here is Saudia, flight 215, Boeing 7879 Dreamliner, arriving from Jeddah. Current flight time 5 hours 31 minutes. This airplane is 6 years old. Its first flight was in March 2017, and it is in the 75 years livery. So let's see what that looks like. Looks pretty standard with the exception of the 75 written behind the wings, if you ask me. Or are there bigger changes visible? Oh wow! 500 likes and a very generous super chat from none other than Rick Meester. Proud of our community, he says. Thanks to everybody. Thank you so much. I cannot agree more. Thank you all so much. What a wonderful stream it has been thus far. I hope you guys are enjoying it as much as I am. Let's quickly turn around. The next airplane to arrive is a triple. Careful that the camera doesn't get blown away to a different angle. Currently number 8 worldwide most tracked according to flight radar. KLM flight 682, arriving from Vancouver, Canada. 777-300 ER. It was underway for 8 hours and 25 minutes. It's doing a little wheelie. That wind is not slowing down just yet. Jean-Yves has to go. Thank you so much for joining, Jean-Yves. A bientôt. Canada, flight 808, number 10 worldwide, most tracked, arriving from Toronto. 6 hours and 19 minutes of flight time. 777-200 long range, 15-year-old airplane. Its first flight was in February 2008. Like the wind is slowing down at all. Let me have a quick look and see if the meter is updated in the meantime. It looked like the wind was slowing down, going from 24 knots to 22 knots. I'm just curious, there's probably a new meter out now. Oh yeah, it has increased. 25 knots now, gusts to 36 knots. For the first time they are also mentioning the gusts in the meter. Copy pasting it as we speak. Will appear in the ticker in a moment. Give me a few seconds. Right, there we go. Has picked up, according to the meter, 25 knots with gusts up to 36 knots. I think we have seen worse winds in, what was it, March or so, that I was also filming in the afternoon at the other runway, 27. I think we had gusts of up to 50 knots then. That was mayhem. Today not so much, it's not a full-blown storm. It's not an official storm today. Just windy. Canadian pilots were thinking, I don't know what all the fuss is all about. Hey Gav, thanks for your kind words, my friend. Appreciate it. Now, a couple of more airplanes are coming in, and it is also opening up a little bit. Looks a bit more blue here and there. Makes for a more cheerful environment. This would be TUI flight 564, Boeing 737 MAX 8, arriving from Mahon. This airplane is underway for 1 hour and 54 minutes right now. The MAX 8 is 4 years old. First flight was in February 2019. Departures from runway 24 still taking place. This looks like an A330. I think it is. Nicely illuminated by the sun. Oh, that's Delta flight 163 going to Minneapolis by the looks of it. Visibility still 10 kilometers or more. Has been that throughout the morning. Next up is going to be KLM flight 1794, arrival from Munich, München, Boeing 737-900, flight time right now 1 hour and a minute. It is 21 years old, began flying in August 2001. And in the top left you are able to see the next airplane after that, which looks like it is Top Air Portugal A319 arriving from Lisbon. And Rob, there were 2 aborted landings. I think that's what you're referring to. Afgebroken landingen. One from KLM, one from Transavia. One landed successfully in second instance on this runway, and the other one had to land on the Schiphol Oostbaan and landed safely there in the second instance. Well, the first try over there. 2 airplanes visible in the distance. In the foreground, an A319 from Top Air Portugal arriving from Lisbon. In the background, an Embraer 190 arriving from Manchester. Number 3, is it visible already? There is a 777 coming in from Shanghai. Now the downside with the sun being out is that it... Oh yeah, in the bottom left you can see it. The downside is that the reflections are obscuring my view a little bit, but 3 airplanes visible right now, 2 narrow bodies and 1 heavy. So Top Air Portugal A319 arriving from Lisbon in the foreground. Flight 674. Flight time 2 hours and 16 minutes. The airplane is 23 years old. Tiptoeing. A few last minute corrections, but it did land properly eventually. Gav is informing us that the Emirates A380 is turning over marker mirror, so also getting closer and closer by. Let me have a look. Oh yeah, but there are still a couple of airplanes preceding it, including a few heavies. Right, so this is an Embraer 190 KLM flight 1074 arriving from Manchester. 44 minutes of flight time. The airplane is 9 years old. First flight November 2013. I get the impression that the wind has been picking up over the last 5 minutes or so. orientations. The wind is particularly nasty in causing shudders when following the airplane. In other directions it doesn't seem to affect the camera that much, and in others it makes for real stuttery footage. Trying to best mitigate that, but quite hard actually. This is China Cargo Airlines flight 205, arrival from Shanghai. You guys already recognize the silhouette. It is a 777 freighter. Current flight time 10 hours 38 minutes. It is a brand new airplane according to Flight Radar, but that means a year or less old. And this is almost a year old. First flight was in August 2022. Oh, going around. It is, I think. Wow, what's it going to do? It is committing to landing. All right. I really thought it was going to be the third go around, but kudos for the pilots. Now this is of course a very long runway, so you do have ample space to set up the aircraft properly. That was a sweet one. Holy cow. Now we're also having a few gusts over here. Let me see that everything, yeah. The table that my laptop is standing on is wobbling, but it isn't falling over. Luckily for that. The laptop itself also still secure in my laptop tent. Next up, another Chinese triple, China Southern Cargo flight 2571, arrival from Guangzhou. 11 hours and 13 minutes of flying time, and this is another 777 freighter, brand new. This one is really brand new. First flight was in May 2023. Also, before it gets out of sight, thank you so much Alvin for an astonished face super sticker. Absolutely astonishing landing there. Quickly back to the controls of the camera. Here we go. Let's see how this triple does. That was a much less eventful landing. Absolutely. Alrighty, now E2 Embraer 195 arrival from Göteborg. Meanwhile, it is getting ever more busy over here. Folks have gathered for that A380. It is getting closer by. It is now in the vicinity of Heemskerk. I think it is going to be number 3. First we'll see 2 back-to-back E2 Embraer 195s. After that we are going to see the daily Emirates A380. First up, this E2 Embraer 195. This is KLM flight 1156, arrival from Gothenburg in Denmark. That's Denmark, isn't it? Or am I now mistaken. Anyway, this is coming in from Gothenburg. An hour and 15 minutes of flight time. First flight was in February 2022. Sweden. I always had difficulty with the topography of Scandinavia. Apologies to both the Danes and the Swedes. What a mistake to Maika. There she is, the A380 being preceded by a tiny, insignificant E2 Embraer 195. The E2 is KLM flight 1928, arriving from Geneva. Really have to fixate the camera again. Otherwise it will get blown to the right. In the foreground, KLM flight 1928, E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Geneva. An hour and 5 minutes of flight time right now. It is a year old, this airplane. First flight was in November 2021. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are in luck. It is number 7 worldwide, most followed on Flight Radar right now. Flight 147 Emirates, arriving from Dubai. A380-800, arriving from Dubai. Current flight time 6 hours and 38 minutes, so it did also have a little bit of headwind. It is about 10 minutes later than it normally would be. The airplane is 10 years old. First flight February 2013. Congratulations, Marissa, for 3 months of membership, and thank you so much for your ongoing support. Really calls for a celebration. Let's see if the A380 is going to touch down in one go. You can see that it is struggling a little bit with wind. Also, a lot of people have gathered over here in the meantime. I'm sure behind me there are also a lot of people. Wow, fantastic. What more is there to say? Beautiful landing, reverse thrust application, butt shot. This landing has it all. Oh. Really have to keep holding the camera with two hands, otherwise it will twist away because of the ongoing wind. Vacating the runway. What an amazing landing that was, and it went right in one go. Awesome. And thank you Alvin for another super sticker. Shiba dog clapping his hands. Absolutely. Round of applause for the pilots of the Emirates. Also a super chat from Herbert. Thank you so much, Herbert. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. The wind has, it's even about to steal the camera. Indeed, Ellie. Well, that was a good start of the stream indeed, Sander. 2 Queens and an A380 to boot. Now let's see what else is coming in. A few narrow bodies. E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Oslo. Okay, Rick has to go. Thank you so much for joining, Rick. It's been a pleasure to have you on the stream again. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate, and hopefully we'll see you again soon. Aren't we also going to see Aero Mexico? Or is that... Is that not flying on Sundays, Aero Mexico? Alright. This is Vueling flight 8365. A320 arriving from Malaga after 2 hours and 24 minutes of flight time. This airplane is 8 years old. And yes, Jerry, no wheelies today. Mate, are you up early or are you still up? Don't tell me you've been up all night now. Thank you for that super chat. I was hoping that... Okay, Aero Mexico is 25 minutes out, okay. Is that in the standard livery or is it in the Quetzalcoatl livery? I'm still hoping to catch that one day. Now they have opened runway 22 again, I'm seeing on flight radar. Also trying to set another filter for Schiphol. Makes it a bit easier to see what is coming and going. Up all night, sleep all day. That's a very European time schedule then. Basically, you're getting up and going to bed the same time as we are. Right. Steven says Qatar 777, 26 minutes out. I'm thinking everything coming from the east right now is going to land on runway 22. It seems very busy on runway 22 looking at flight radar. Next up is a Boeing 737-700 arriving from Aberdeen. I'm also getting a notification of a donation via PayPal from Rudolf. Rudolf, thank you so much. Don't know if you're watching the stream, but if you are, thank you so much for your donation, my friend. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Next up is going to be Ryanair Flight 3006, Boeing 737-800 arriving from Dublin. We can already see the next airplane in the distance behind it, which would be an Embraer 190 coming in from Hamburg from KLM. A couple of Embraers following. It's going to be back-to-back Embraers by the looks of it. There is a 777 underway, now flying in the Rotterdam area. So two airplanes visible in the foreground, Embraer 190 arriving from Hamburg. Meanwhile the wind is gusting quite heavily right here. It's not subsiding anyway. Behind it another Embraer 190 arriving from Zurich, both from KLM. Again, and now about to land is KLM flight 1780 arriving from Hamburg. 44 minutes of flight time. It is a 14-year-old airplane that had its first flight in July 2009. And it gets overtaken by a speeding Ford Ranger K3 bird control vehicle. There we go, two more airplanes visible in the foreground. Embraer 190 arriving from Zurich. Behind it is an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Bergen. Hey man, goeiedag, alles goed? Ja, zeker. Lekker weertje, hè? Prima, ja. Lekker. Oh ja, nee, dat vangt al de wind. Ik zet hem ook telkens op het slot hier, want anders dan waait hij gewoon alle kanten op. Staat gelukkig in ieder geval met tentraden goed statief. Ja, precies. Spreek je later, man. Right, so KLM flight 1958, Embraer 190 arrival from Zurich. Flight time 1 hour 11 minutes right now. The airplane is 13 years old. First flight March 2010. Over here the situation in the water is still quiet. Has been all the time, except for the two grebes in zebra livery, the baby grebes. Well, if you can still call them that, they are quite large already. E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Bergen, KLM flight 1192. Flight time 1 hour and 26 minutes. Safely on the ground. Right now this is the only airplane arriving. There is a 737-800 arrival from London Heathrow that is still far up north. A lot of traffic is now going to runway 22. I think the wind has also changed a bit, is blowing more from the southwest. It was more from the southwest earlier. So that means that the crosswind component for the airplanes landing on this runway has increased. After this airplane there will be a little lull before the next one will become visible, so that's a good moment for me to update the ticker with the latest METAR, see if it actually has changed more to the southwest. At least that's what it feels like to me, but maybe the ticker or the METAR is saying something differently. look. Hey Sander, thanks for joining. See you soon, my friend. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Be safe if you're going out. It is still windy, particularly next to the sea. Probably even more than over here. Let me have a quick look. In-flight radar. See what the latest update of the weather is. So the wind has changed indeed a little bit in direction to 30 degrees, 25 knots, 26 according to the meter. Let me copy paste it, show you guys, take you through it. Right, so in the ticker now is the latest meter. AHAM, meaning Schiphol Airport. The 16th, that is today, 11:25 Zulu time, meaning 13:25 Central European time. The wind is blowing with 26 knots from 230 degrees, and the wind direction is variable between 190 degrees and 260 degrees. Visibility is 10 kilometers or more. There are few clouds at 3,000 feet, scattered clouds at 4,800 feet. The current air temperature is 20 degrees Celsius. The dew point is 10 degrees Celsius. QNH, the barometric pressure, 1011 hectopascals, and there's no significant change in the upcoming 2 hours expected. Boeing 737-900 will be coming in next. KLM flight 1010. Where is it? I saw it visually. Ah. There we go. Oh. Lock the tripod immediately. Right, this is in the SkyTeam livery, KLM flight 1010, Boeing 737-900, arriving from London Heathrow, 39 minutes of flight time right now. It is a 22-year-old airplane, first flight June 2001. Alright, Avi has to go again, tschüss, schön, dass du dabei war, bis bald, schönen Sonntag noch. A319 arriving from London Luton from EasyJet after that, and a triple will be after that. That's a good question, Lance. Not sure. Could be. Hey Gabriella, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Good to see you again on this windy Sunday. Let's see. Am I seeing someone in a green jacket? Daniel. Hi, ik ben Boy. Hi. Zo, kom je ook kijken?
Ja.
Leuk man.
Ik was op zoek naar je.
Ah, nou ja, ik ben de enige die met een hele berg spullen hier staat altijd.
Ja.
Leuk man.
Ja.
Heb je ook de A380 nog zien landen hier?
Ik kwam net aan toen die landde.
Oh, mooi man. Ja, we hadden geluk. Ja, leuk man. Oh, je bent ook gewoon aan het kijken.
Ja.
Superleuk. Hi. Heb je het niet koud zo met je jas uit?
Ik niet.
Je bent hier nou, dus komt hij uit.
Ja, precies. En dan hoor je mijn stereo, dan hoor je me en in het echt en via je telefoon.
Ja.
Met vertraging.
Met vertraging.
Maar dat maakt niet uit, die vertraging.
Oh, maar dat was leuk dat je de A380 in het echt hebt gezien.
Ik kwam binnen toen
Ja, nou dat was inderdaad...
Dat was die 10 minuten lang.
dat waren er 2 in 10 minuten. Daar hadden we heel veel mazzel mee, ja. Heb ik niet zo getimed. Dat was puur geluk.
Ja. En wij zaten zelf ook allemaal te haken. Zo van die 80 minuten wat te zien hebben.
Ja. Ja, het is altijd een gok als het zo waait zoals nu. Want vaak gaat hij naar die andere landingsbaan en dan kun je hem wel zien. Maar dan zie je hem toch niet zo dichtbij. Hij was hartstikke goed, ja, nee, die heeft...
Ik vind het echt zo knap in de
Ja, het is super knap.
Hij klein vliegtuig.
Ja, nee, dat herken ik ook wel van vroeger hoor, dat is leuk.
Zo vaak.
Oh, leuk man,
In
leuk.
het weekend.
Nou, super leuk om je een keertje in het echt ontmoet te hebben man. Ik ga eventjes weer het volgende vliegtuig filmen. Die komt ook alweer dichterbij. Dat is een EasyJet inderdaad, dat heb je goed gezien. Coming in from London Luton. A319. 39 minutes of flight time. It is 14 years old. First flight July 2008. Yes, and I was standing here talking with Daniel, who is standing next to me with his parents and who came to visit and see the A380 land in real life. So they were really glad that they had the luck to see it up close and not from the other runway where it normally lands under these wind conditions. Now is a big bird coming. The next airplane is going to be a 777-300 KLM flight 792 arriving from Sao Paulo. It is now flying for 10 hours and 46 minutes. A 777-300 ER, 7 years old. First flight was in February 2016. En het lijkt wel alsof die links ons voorbij gaat vliegen. Ja. Ik heb... Absoluut. Ja, en die piloten vinden dat zelf ook leuk hoor. Want die houden ook wel van een uitdaging.
Maar ik heb zelf ook dus straks hier gevlogen in mijn simulator.
Oh ja, leuk. Ik hoef zeker niet te vragen wat jij wil worden als je groot bent straks.
Ja, ik heb het zelf nog kunnen, ja. Ik was dus dan straks aan de taxi bij.
Ja.
Nou, normaal 15 best snel mogelijk.
Ja.
Hier leek het dus niet maar de snelste.
Ja, ze moeten oppassen hoor. Nou, en er komt zometeen ook nog een Dreamliner van Aero Mexico aan. Ik zie dat die al in de buurt is. Nee, heb jij zulke goede ogen?
Ja, ik zie het. Ja.
Betere ogen dan ik. Nee, dat zijn nog de voorgangers. Nee, want de Aero Mexico...
Daarachter, ja. Ik zie het.
Oh, jullie hebben allemaal betere ogen dan ik dan?
Ja, ik was een keer buiten aan het spelen. Maar ik was een beetje buiten aan het spelen.
Ja, maar wat je nu
Ik
ziet...
zag de A380 van Emirates hier boven staan.
Maar die A380 die is super groot.
Ja, maar hij viel ook goed op. Ik zei, dat is een A380 van Emirates. Hij hing heel hoog.
Ja?
Heel hoog.
De tweede ook of niet?
7, 8 kilometer denk ik.
Ja. Nee, dat zijn er 2 inderdaad, maar dat is nog niet de Dreamliner van Aero Mexico. Die vliegt nog boven zee. We gaan straks ook nog wel een 777 zien als nummer 3.
Ja,
So
zie
the
ik, ja.
2 small airplanes coming in right now, and we'll see a 777 and a Dreamliner from Aero Mexico as numbers 3 and 4. So this is KLM flight 1686. It is an Embraer 190 arriving from Bilbao in the north of Spain. I think Isn't that where the Tour de France started this year? Anyway, an hour and 30 minutes of flight time, and this airplane is 13 years old. First flight was in September 2009. Last minute turn.
That was a great one.
Great one, last minute turn.
Yeah.
It looked like he was taxiing towards us,
Yeah.
and then he twisted the nose and landed safely.
No reverse thrust.
No reverse thrust.
He didn't use any reverse.
No, the slots were closed as well. Excellent, slow down quickly, slow down quickly.
I think that's better.
Right, so first up, Boeing 737-800, after that a 777 from Qatar, after that a Dreamliner from Aeromexico. Transavia flight 6114 is coming next. It is a Boeing 737-800 arriving from Malaga. 2 hours and 21 minutes of flight time right now under its belt. 7-year-old airplane, first flight made 2016. And Steven is saying that there is a Transavia in the Sunweb livery 17 minutes out, headed for the Polderbaan. Oh dear. The wind is not slowing down by any means. Nah, this one isn't going around. This one is very controlled. Looking really good.
Very fast.
Yeah. It looks like a KLM landing. Keeping up the speed, vacating the runway late, making the time to the gate as short as possible. Alright, now next up, 777 time. Qatar Airlines Airways flight 273, arriving from Doha. This airplane is on the way now for 6 hours and 14 minutes. It is a 777-300ER, 10 years old. First flight March 2013. Icelandair flight 500 is also 14 minutes out, according to Steven. Which airplane are they sending? 767? The Pencil? Or is the Max 8? Also, in the left hand side of the screen, you guys are going to see the Dreamliner from Aeromexico already. Flight 25.
Dit zijn de leuke landingen.
Ja, dit zijn de mooiste, hè? De grote.
Ja. Ook dat, maar de wind ook.
Ah, de wind inderdaad.
Ik heb zoveel van jou geleerd.
Oh ja, joh?
Ja, ik heb bijvoorbeeld geleerd dat een grote zware vliegtuigen
Ja?
die rond 10 uur altijd aankomen.
Oh, ja.
Heb ik zo vaak al bij jou voorbij zien komen.
Oh, leuk man. De Universiteit van AMS Live. Oeh, a few birds in the foreground. They did look to be relatively close by. Not a bird strike, indeed, Daniel. Well, it would have been on the ground, so the airplane probably would have made a normal landing, but it wouldn't be nice for the engines if something came in it. Right, now quickly turning around the camera for the Dreamliner from Aeromexico. Where is it?
Ja, ik zie dat voor me.
Yeah, if we see a guy flying from left to right, it's going to be Daniel's dad. Then we'll also probably see a splash of water, because then he'll probably tumble into the canal, which I hope he won't do, because I don't think that is very clean water. Right, so this is Aeromexico Flight 25. It is a Boeing 7879 Dreamliner arriving from Mexico City. This airplane is underway now for 9 hours and 53 minutes, and the airplane is 6 years old. Its first flight November 2016. People in the chat are enthusiastic about your enthusiasm, Daniel.
Thank you.
they're curious if you want to go on camera. Now I'm very cautious with filming people, because not everybody always wants to be on camera.
If he's okay, I'm okay.
Okay, parents are also okay. After the landing, we'll show you to the audience, see who is that happy chap who is so enthusiastically chatting.
After this one, there's
Alright, let me have a look. Yeah. A few narrow bodies first. Let's see how the Dreamliner lands. Touchdown.
Very nice.
Loud, eh? Always when they use the reversers, it is loud. Very loud indeed. Well, do you want to say hi to the viewers?
Hi, it's me, Daniel.
Hey, Daniel.
Nice to meet you, everyone.
Excellent. Well, the good thing is, if your parents ever want to see this again, it is on YouTube now, so you guys can always look it back.
I don't see anything lighting up right now.
No, they are a bit further out now.
I think they are out right now.
That could be the case. There's also a Boeing 767 coming in from Icelandair in a few minutes.
I have seen that when you were...
Oh, when it didn't...
Rejected takeoff.
The rejected takeoff, yeah.
That's already a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
I still know.
And I still don't know for sure what happened. I think they had some engine problems, but...
Around a week ago, 3 rejected takeoffs.
Yeah, in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Did you see it live?
Yeah.
Was awesome, wasn't it?
I just joined it when the Delta A330 was right there.
So you have good timing.
Yeah.
And you are also very good in English already at such a young age.
Yeah.
Well, everybody is saying hi in the chat to you. You've put your phone away right now, of course, so you're not seeing it, but everybody is saying hi back to you.
Yeah, that's very nice.
People are very enthusiastic about your enthusiasm.
I
So
see a plane lining up there.
yeah, that could be the case. That could be the case. There are a couple coming. I think it is a Boeing 737 that is coming first. Let's see. Oh, your eyes are way better than mine.
Yeah, I know.
Where is it? Oh, there it is. I was looking more to the left.
It is indeed the 737.
Yeah, 737 KLM coming in from Edinburgh. And behind it is an A320 Neo from EasyJet coming in from Malaga. Can we see that as well already? Yeah, we do. Have to hold my hand in front of the camera monitor because the sun is shining in on it from behind. Otherwise, I don't see a thing. Alvin is also saying hi from Australia, so people from the other side of the world are also saying hi. Sorry?
Which part of Australia?
Which part of Australia? Which part of Australia are you tuning in from, Alvin?
I know someone from Queensland.
Ah,
Your aunt
Your aunt lives in Queensland. Oh, look at that. We have an Australia connection. Alvin is tuning in from Sydney. Hey Yorkshire, good afternoon. Bondi Beach. Wow, small world. Well, folks, this is a Boeing 737-800 KLM flight 1280 arriving from Edinburgh, and it is underway now for 59 minutes. And it is a 4-year-old airplane. First flight was in March 2019.
Have you seen any go-arounds today?
We have seen two go-arounds, and one almost. It was a 777 from one of the Chinese carriers that almost looked like it was going around. And the This one didn't. And the two go-arounds that we did see were very early. They already, well before in the area of the runway, they already climbed again and turned around. Now there was another one. There are three planes already. You guys have way better eyesight than I have, which is why I'm not a pilot.
Some shimmering in the sky.
Yeah. I see two, but I have to look at my laptop screen to see if I can see the third one. Not yet. You guys really are seeing better than I do. I'm only seeing two right now. Let's focus on what I can see then with the camera.
I think that's a better idea.
Excellent. Here we go.
First we focus on the
EasyJet A320 Neo indeed. Coming in from Malaga. Flight 27890. And the second one I also have in my view. In the top left. Now this EasyJet A320 Neo is underway now for 2 hours and 21 minutes. It is brand new. First flight December 2022.
It doesn't look like that it's going to better. I don't think so.
Nah.
I hope so for the passengers, but I don't think so.
No, I think they are going to land. Yeah.
Nice one. Very smooth.
Very smooth indeed. Will we be hearing some reversers? The Neo livery indeed. Well, not a lot of sound, unfortunately.
Where's reverse first?
Well, the slots were open, but I didn't hear it.
Hey,
Did you hear it?
no, I didn't.
You can also open the slots and not use the reversers. They call that idle reverse, and I think that is what happened. So
I
they
have also done that, yeah.
so they opened it, but they don't spool up the engine. Otherwise, it would have made a lot more sound.
I think so.
Hey Danny, see you later. Thanks for joining.
That looks like a very big one.
It is a big one. It is Icelandair Flight 500. It is a Boeing 767-300 arriving from Reykjavik after 2.5 hours of flying. And this is a 767-300 ER that is 22 years old. First flight was in August of the year 2000.
The Boeing 767. I think so. You don't see that
What? Sorry?
plane you don't see very often.
No, that is an older type. You're absolutely right. And Icelandair also still sometimes flies the 757, narrow one. So that is the difference between an idle reverse and an actual reverse. Indeed. Now, there's also a Sunweb livery Transavia coming. Have you seen that one before, Daniel?
I see other planes, yeah, but I haven't even seen that think.
Okay.
Here, but
It is a nice livery
yeah.
from a tour operator. But before that, no, it is the next one. Transavia Boeing 737-800 arriving from Heraklion. It is indeed a very special livery. Sunweb livery indeed, Daniel. And this is a Boeing 737-800. 3 hours and 28 minutes indeed. And it is a 7-year-old airplane that had its first flight in February 2016. It's not the best day to do wheelies today, a bit unsafe. Ah, from Swiss. Swiss, okay, excellent. No. You could become my co-host. You know a lot about the airplanes.
I'm watching on Flight Radar right now.
You're watching on Flight Radar. I do too. I have the chat on the bottom half and I have Flight Radar, a little square.
You need to use the tablet.
After this one, there's A320 coming.
Yeah, but first let's see the landing of this one. So this is Swiss flight 728. It is an A220-300 arrived from Zurich. Flight time is 1 hour and 11 minutes, and this is a 5-year-old airplane that had its first flight in June 2018. Don't see it that very often, that's right.
After this one, there's a TUI coming, an A320.
Let's see, yeah.
A320-214.
Oh yeah, and then there's another one in a combination of TUI and Global X livery. A bit of a hybrid.
Departed 3 hours and 41 minutes ago.
From Antalya, 17-year-old airplane, first flight February 2006. TUI flight 3002. Let's see what else is coming. Ah, and there's a Dreamliner coming in as number 3 from Rio de Janeiro by the looks of it.
10 hours and 24 minutes.
Oh nee hoor, dat is geen probleem. Let's see. Piano asks if touch and goes have been present, and we have seen 2 in fact. Transavia and KLM. Right. Looks like it's going to be an effortless landing. Let's see. Yeah, it is a rental and it says both companies on the livery. So TUI is the company renting the airplane and GlobeX is the company that is providing the airplane.
Departed 1 hour and 25 minutes ago from Greece.
Let's see.
I have it here almost.
Yeah, so there is a Boeing 737-800 coming in next, and after that a Dreamliner from Rio de Janeiro.
That's true.
Let's see. Oh, and there's a 747 also coming. That is now flying over the North Sea.
That's my favorite one.
I think most people are.
I prefer the 747 over the APM.
I think most people do. Well, I also really have to use the bathroom, so I am going to stick around until that 747, and then I am going to call it a day, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a record long day so far. It has been a blast, but I sometimes wonder how those folk over in LA do that, streaming for a day or more. Let's see.
That 747 boat from Miami is coming in 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, won't be long before it is coming close and will be landing. First up is going to be a 737 KLM flight 1254 arriving from Nice.
Flight radar has an error.
Oh,
With the height.
okay. Well,
It doesn't say it anymore.
it says at least that it is now underway for an hour and 27 minutes.
That's the thing we all need to know, yeah.
And it is 15 years old, this airplane. Its first flight was in April 2008. I think it is. Looks like it is going to be a smooth landing. Now in the meantime, if you guys look at the big picture, it looks a lot sunnier already. This is where the wind is coming from and mostly open. It's just when you keep looking to the north where there are more clouds, it shows a different picture. Right now it is sunny but windy. And there is the next airplane. Yeah, exactly. So here it is. And before it gets out of the picture, thank you so much, Alvin, for not super chat. 3 cheers for Daniel, he is saying. So 3 cheers.
Thank you.
Daniel says thank you, Alvin. And I say thank you as well. That is very generous of you. Thank you so much, my friend. So this is KLM flight 706. It is a Boeing 7879 Dreamliner coming in from Rio de Janeiro. This airplane is underway now for 10 hours and 30 minutes. It is 5 years old. The first flight was in January 2018.
Normally we don't see heavy landings days often after 12 o'clock, right?
Well, they sometimes do come in, and it
Yeah.
also depends on the day of the week. Some days traffic is slower than on other days.
That's true.
also believe that all the landing traffic is now coming to this runway and no longer to runway 22 that was also open just now, the Schiphol Oostbaan. Indeed. You do sometimes see pilots still doing wheelies. Well, was it so long? Surely we have seen longer wheelies already. I think we've seen longer wheelies than this one, but I'm not sure. I wasn't keeping track of it. Maybe you know that better than I do.
Yeah.
If you say that is the wheelie king of the day, then so be it. That was the wheelie king of the day. Right, let's see. Now flight radar seems to be a bit empty.
No planes lining up right now.
Let me have a look. But there are airplanes coming. There is another Dreamliner coming, arriving from Mexico City from KLM, and behind it is the 747. And that is going to be the last plane of the day. Oh, okay. Let's see. Egypt Air 787 is 10 minutes out.
5 minutes ago there was a 747 takeoff.
Oh yeah, Egypt Air is also getting close by. Egypt Air is going to be the very last airplane of the day then, ladies and gentlemen.
The Silkway it's shown us on the street.
What? Yeah?
5 minutes ago that plane took off.
Oh, okay.
Silkway. From the beginning.
And where is it going to?
It's oh, for you.
Is it going to come this way? Because it is now
it's
much.
already 5 minutes in the air.
Oh, okay, it's
So
gone
we won't
already.
be able to see it.
Okay, voice mic seems a little low. Let me do a reboot then.
That 747 Silkway West Airlines is going to London. Very short.
Oh, wait a minute.
That's a very short flight for a 747.
I think what has happened is that just a minute, folks. I think the receiver of my DJI mic has run empty, so I'm going to take the charge cable from my phone.
It seems fine. Somebody donated
All right, testing 1 2 1 2. Are you guys hearing me? All right, again. Let's see. Okay.
Wellington donated 10 memberships.
Oh, did she?
Thank you.
Let me have a look. Oh yeah. Kathleen. Welcome to the stream and thank you so much for another generous donation of 10 memberships. Hopefully you guys are hearing me alright again. What happened was that the receiver of my wireless DJI mic ran empty, so I am relocating the charging cable from my phone to my wireless mic. Voiceover should now be proper again. Alright, now let's quickly go back to the camera. Daniel is still young and has good eyes. He can already see the airplanes while I am still struggling to see them.
That's the 787. The heat.
Let me see.
Flight radar.
Still not. I think I'm too far to the left. Oh wait, there it is, yeah.
Here's the 787 Dreamliner for Mexico City.
Indeed it is.
Started 9 hours and 44 minutes ago.
So this is KLM flight 686, Boeing 7879 Dreamliner, arriving from Mexico City. 9 hours and 42 minutes of flight time. It is 7 years old. First flight of this airplane was in October 2015. And the 747 is behind it. We can see it in the distance, ladies and gentlemen. So that is the third or fourth queen of the day. I think it is the third, not sure yet. I think it is. Absolutely not slowing down. It was said that the winds were going to be the strongest in the morning, but considering it is 2:30 now and it is still blowing quite hard. Will it be a good landing? The question of the day, indeed, Daniel. Now, magnificent sight. Dreamliner in the foreground and a queen in the background. Let's see how the landing goes.
The nose is heading to us.
Indeed. And the sun is shining on the livery. Beautiful shade of blue.
It was a good landing.
And a very good landing indeed. He did use the rudder for the last minute correction after the main landing gear touches down. Stamp on the rudder, make sure that the nose lines up with the asphalt. I'm not sure, Daniel. It is a very big airplane.
It's a big airplane.
But the Dreamliner, the 78, the A380 also landed smoothly. And our moderator Yorkshire was also thanking you for all your help. And Yorkshire, thank you so much for your donation. Thank you so much for being here again. Let me quickly go back. We are now watching Atlas Air flight 5421 arriving from Miami, Florida, Boeing 747-400. She is on the way for 8 hours and 11 minutes. Boeing 747-400 freighter, 23 years old. Its first flight was in April of the year 2000. Let's see how it touches down.
Oh, that's a very smooth landing. Very smooth.
Definitely not too bad. Not a lot of reverse thrust. I didn't hear anything. Did you hear anything? Idle reverse, indeed, I think so too. Now we are going to get a butt shot. Oh, I have to keep the camera really still. There you go. Moving away from the runway. Spoilers are still up. And they are going down right now. And then you will also see the flaps go up. I think that is also already happening. Yeah. It is going up. It's almost up.
It's in taxi position.
It is in taxi position, indeed. So that is exactly what it is going to do right now. And if donating 10 memberships was not enough, a very extremely super generous super chat from Kathleen there, who says, Daniel is excellent, thank you for your help. So our other moderator from the United States is also thanking you for your help. And thank you for a very, very, very generous donation there, Kathleen. Thank you so much. Now, it's almost time to wrap up, but not yet, because I was saying that I am going to stick around until the landing of Egypt Air. And that is due next, in fact. Well, number 2, after an A320neo from British Airways arriving from London Heathrow. Oh, and it is banking left and right. Can we already see? Well, maybe you guys can, I don't, so let's focus on the neo. A little in-between snack, a small narrow body, touching down smoothly. No, there's... He did idle reverse indeed. The slots are open, but we're not hearing anything. The headwind is so big, so strong that it doesn't need to brake with the reversers. I'm using. If you look in the About tab of my YouTube channel, I have a list of the things I'm using, the main things, the camera, the tripod, the microphones. So have a look there and you will find all the answers. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the last airplane of the day. It is going to be Egypt Air Flight 757. It is a Boeing 7879 Dreamliner arriving from Cairo. 4 hours and 6 minutes of flight time. This Dreamliner is 4 years old. Its first flight was in July 2019.
Is the last plane of the day gonna make a smooth landing?
Let's see.
Let's see.
What do you think, Daniel? Is it going to be a smooth landing?
Smooth. I hope so.
I hope to. Yeah, or maybe a go around would be nice.
Yeah, I think it's
We get to see it twice. Nose down, indeed, yeah. Oh, but that is smooth. Yeah. Job. Almost no wheelie, but it was landing quite flat. Beautiful airplane.
Just change the idle reverse and now the reverse thrust is off.
The reverse thrust is off already, indeed. We didn't get to hear it. It was an idle reverse thrust landing.
I think it's fast
Still fast, indeed. Well, folks, this is going to be it. I am going to wrap it up. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining me here today. It's been a long show, but it's been a great show. what to say? It's been a record long show. I think we've had record views and record likes. Thank you all so much for sticking around and for all your support. Thanks to all the people who were so kind to donate memberships, super chats, super stickers, the lot. You guys are the world, and thank you all so much for your ongoing support. If it is still early in the day, I wish you all a very happy Sunday. If it is evening already, sleep tight, be safe. I'm looking to go out again tomorrow, weather permitting. Hope to see you then. If not then maybe in one of the other upcoming streams. If you like what you saw and you're new to the channel, consider subscribing. It allows you to turn on notifications so that next time I'm going out you get the notification, and if you have the time for it and are feeling like it, can join me for more live streaming action from the ever bustling Schiphol airport. For now I'm going to say thanks to all of you. Enjoy your day, be safe, and see you all soon.